This program is made possible by Southwestern Bell Foundation, MCI, offering a global highway for voice and data services around the corner or around the world. MCI, communications for the next 100 years. And Herbst Celanese, where quality counts in chemicals, fibers and film, advanced materials, and the life sciences. With additional funding provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. From McFarland Auditorium on the campus of Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. The first broadcast debates of the Super Tuesday presidential primary campaign. Tonight, the Democrats. Your host, Roger Mudd.
Good evening and welcome to the Texas Debates, organized by the Dallas Morning News, Texas Monthly, and public television station KERA in Dallas. These debates are being broadcast nationally by PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service, and by American Public Radio, and transmitted to nearly 600 colleges and universities by the College Satellite Network. In less than 2 weeks on Super Tuesday, voters in 20 states, 14 southern and border states, but also Massachusetts, Maryland, and Washington, will be holding primary elections and caucuses. Tonight we have 5 candidates for the Democratic presidential nomination. They are Governor Michael Dukakis of Massachusetts, Representative Richard Gephardt of Missouri, the Reverend Jesse Jackson of Illinois, former Senator Gary Hart of Colorado, and Senator Albert Gore, Jr. of Tennessee. Two other Democrats are not here tonight. Former Governor Bruce Babbitt of Arizona withdrew from the race today, saying a presidential campaign is not a place to try out new ideas. And Senator Paul Simon of Illinois, who has decided to use this time to concentrate on South Dakota and Minnesota, where he says he must win to remain a serious candidate. Tonight's debate has 4 parts. First, we will discuss questions concerning national security, foreign policy, and the nature of the presidency. Next, we'll have questions from students participating in the College Satellite Network's telecast. Then we'll address questions of national interest that will be particularly important in the upcoming Super Tuesday primaries. And finally, each candidate will make a brief closing statement. The order of questioning and closing statements was determined by lot. Joining me to question the candidates in this first hour are Andrew Young, the mayor of Atlanta. Mr. Young is a former congressman, former ambassador to the United Nations, and a civil rights leader. And Martin Anderson, a former economic and domestic policy advisor to President Reagan. He is currently a senior fellow at Stanford University's Hoover Institution and a member of the Advisory Commission on Arms Control. Mayor Young and Mr. Anderson will begin each round by questioning a candidate for 5 minutes. I'll follow up with a question or two to a second candidate for 2 minutes, and then we'll open up the discussion to the remaining candidates. The first questions go to Governor Dukakis. The subject is the Middle East. Mayor Young.
Governor Dukakis, the Republican administration has virtually abandoned the Middle East, it seems. The situation's deteriorated seriously. It seems to me that as President of the United States, the next president is going to have to make some decisions about whether to get involved and how to reconcile Israel's security needs with legitimate Palestinian rights. How would you respond in that situation?
Andrew, before I respond, let me just say, and I know I speak for all of us, that I regret that Bruce Babbitt is not with us. He was a lively, witty, exciting, creative person, a good colleague and friend when he was a governor, and we're going to miss him. We've lost something for his having left us. I think the next president has got to get involved. Has got to get involved the way President Carter got involved. I think one of the great achievements of the Carter administration, under President Carter, was the work he did in bringing Egypt and Israel together, in using extraordinary personal strength and diplomacy to get those Camp David Accords, and to set the course for what I think all of us hope would be a future where Israel's right to exist within secure borders was recognized permanently by the Arab world, and where there would be, at least at the beginning, a self-governing autonomous region for the Palestinians, and ultimately a permanent settlement, permanent home region, perhaps under the jurisdiction of Jordan, or in whatever way those negotiations carried it. Unfortunately, there has been no leadership from the Reagan administration in this issue. It wasn't until 2 or 3 weeks ago, really, that Secretary Schultz proposed something which would carry through in those accords. But despite the tragedy, despite the very, very sad events that have taken place in the Gaza and the occupied territories, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think that we may have the basis now, conceivably, for an international conference in which Israel and Jordan and Egypt and responsible Palestinian leaders who accept resolutions 242 and 338 can sit down around the table and negotiate the kind of settlement which was anticipated when the Camp David Accords were signed.
Are we too much involved now to really mediate alone, or is there possibility that perhaps the UN or some other agency may need to be with us in that?
Well, as you know, there's some difference of opinion in Israel itself as to whether that's appropriate. I think Mr. Peres and the people who have suggested in Israel that an international conference where there are bilateral negotiations, but under the aegis of the Security Council, some appropriate international conference makes sense, and although I suppose that's not going to happen unless and until Israel decides that it will participate in such a conference, so long as the negotiations are bilateral, we're not going to impose some kind of Pax Americana on this, but so long as those negotiations are bilateral and the parties are negotiating together, I think the idea of an international conference probably makes sense.
The recent seizure of another American as a hostage has pointed up the terrible problem that the United States is dealing with this issue. As president, do you have any new thoughts as to how you would deal with the hostage question?
Well, the first thing I wouldn't do is trade arms to the Ayatollah. I wouldn't... One of the worst mistakes, Martin, in the history of American foreign policy. If you're serious about getting tough on terrorists, if we're serious about breaking the back of this international terrorist ring conspiracy activity, you've got to understand one thing. You never, ever make concessions to terrorists. No exceptions. No exceptions. And the thing that was so puzzling about what the president did, what the vice president did, was that decision was made shortly after Vice President Bush had chaired a task force on terrorism, which had said quite properly that you never make concessions, and there are no exceptions to that policy. And yet, within a matter of days afterwards, that decision was approved, not only to trade arms to the Ayatollah, but to negotiate conceivably for the release of 17 Arab terrorists in Kuwaiti jails. I mean, just an unbelievable and terrible policy, which could have only one result, and that is to encourage more hostage-taking and more terrorism. If I'm President of the United States, we will have a very tough anti-terrorist policy, but it will never, ever include concessions of any kind to terrorists. You just can't do it.
Senator Gore, as a follow-up, as Mr. Anderson mentioned, a lieutenant colonel in the Marines was abducted yesterday on duty in Lebanon. He makes the 9th hostage now held, including Terry Anderson, the AP bureau chief, who's being held for 3 years. What specifically would you do to get Colonel McFadden back?
Well, the problem with the hostages now being held, presumably in Lebanon, somewhere in Beirut, is that we don't know where they are. That's what has caused the frustration where that particular policy and that problem is concerned. But I'd like to comment on the responses that I just heard, if I might, because I think it's awfully important to have a president who will deal from a position of strength and a president who has experience in foreign policy. We're selecting not just a manager of the federal bureaucracy, we're selecting a president of the United States in this election. It is important to understand that experience in foreign policy and defense policy is vital. We've had 7 years of a president who started off needing on-the-job training. That's why we had this problem with the trading of weapons for hostages. That's why we had the problems with Noriega. That's why we've had a lot of the foreign policy fiascos in this administration. I think that it is fair and useful to point out that experience in foreign policy is important. Now, I listened to Mike talk, and it sounds a little bit different from what he said in Iowa about a week ago on the eve of the caucuses there, when he implied that it would be all right to have a Soviet client state established in Central America.
I'm sorry,
If a president of the United States made a statement like that in office, it could have catastrophic consequences.
Roger, I'm not going to sit here and listen to that. I never said that, Al. I never implied it.
Well, that's the way it was reported, and I read the transcript. And what you said is if they had offensive missiles there, offensive weapons, then you wouldn't tolerate that. But if they didn't, then a Soviet client state might be fine.
Governor never, ever said that. Please get your facts straight.
Well, you go back and look at the transcript.
Senator, the governor has denied it. It's Mr. Jackson's turn, Governor.
If you're going to be the President of the United States, you better be accurate. That's the first thing you better do.
Mr. Jackson.
Back to the Middle East situation again. We ought to stop using charged words like how we relate to terrorists. So long as we have diplomatic ties with South Africa and silent when South Africa invades Angola, we're dealing with terrorists. We may choose to use our strength to take away the power of the terrorists or neutralize the terrorists, but if you're going to get the people out of Lebanon tonight, you may have to have the courage to meet with whomever you can meet with to get them back without leaving a gun or a Bible or somehow submerging our national interest. But you must be tough enough to deal with strange and unseemly forces in that milieu. Secondly, in the Middle East itself, we can no longer hide behind Hussein in history. We must take a more direct approach. Israel's security is our first interest. The Palestinian justice and Israeli security are two sides of the same coin. The present...
Senator Hart, we really have to move on, sir. Senator Hart, go ahead.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
I simply want to say that occupation is too great a burden to bear. Politically, it's too divisive. Economically, it's too costly. Militarily, it's too bloody. We must pry Israelis and Palestinians loose and do for both of them what neither can do for the other. Offer mutual security in exchange for mutual recognition. And that will be security, justice, and result in peace.
Senator Hart.
Back to Andy's original question, this country's foreign policy is strongest when we hold ourselves up in the world at the same standard that we hold for ourselves here at home. And there is a difference here among us on the recent events in Israel. I have been willing to be critical publicly of Israel on their handling of the Palestinian protests and the others, with the possible exception of Jesse have not. And I do that as a friend of Israel, and I think it's important in terms of how we relate to people that also hold themselves up to democratic standards. Israel and 50,000 of their own citizens have said the same thing. Should not arbitrarily export the leaders of that protest. They should not beat people up in their homes, and they should not shoot Palestinian youth for throwing rocks. We ought to have the strength and courage as contenders for the Democratic Party leadership to say that. Finally, this. I offered a proposal to create economic opportunity in the occupied territory at the request of both Foreign Minister Perez as well as King Hussein. This administration, the Reagan-Schultz administration, refused to support that, even though the leadership in the region told me and I told them without it there would be protests. So I think there's some blood on the hands of our own administration as well.
Congressman Gephardt.
Well, I think to go back to Andy's question as well, we've got to remember history. It took two administrations and many, many years of shuttle diplomacy, and finally a president who had the courage to put his very presidency on the line to finally bring about the Camp David Accords, which is today the most important reality in the Middle East. Now that's going to happen again. We can blame anybody we want, but until America is ready to lead, as President Carter did, there's not going to be progress, there's not going to be a continuation of Camp David, and there's not going to be a settlement between Israel and the Palestinians.
I'm sorry, I've got to move on, Mr. Jackson. Our second round of questions goes to Congressman Gephardt. The subject is trade, and Mr. Anderson has the question.
Mr. Gephardt, your trade policies have gotten you an awful lot of support, but they've also drawn some criticism from people who think that the kind of protectionism that you're talking about could lead to a trade war, which would be disastrous, especially for the American consumer. In fact, most experts, economists, trade experts, strongly oppose your program. Are they all wrong?
Well, I think a lot of them haven't even looked at what the program is, or I don't think they understand what my theory and what I'm trying to do. I think the challenge for America and the whole world in the next 20 years is whether we can create a world common market where trade between all countries is as free and as fair as it is between the states of the United States. My trade policy simply says to other countries, if you have a pattern of unfair trade practices, we want you to stop. And we ask the president to negotiate with them for a period of 6 months or more to try to get them to begin changing those practices. If they're obstinate and there's no progress, then we give the president the optional power to begin bringing penalties against their products coming here. Now, what's the evidence? The evidence is that in the past few months, when we have finally stood up for free trade and fair trade, other countries have opened up. Canada with wood products. For years, they discriminated against us, sent in subsidized products, didn't let us get into their market as they could come here. We finally complained to the International Trade Commission, which is the way you have to do it today, the procedure today. And when we finally made the complaint, they opened up. And now we have a trade treaty between us and Canada that is the model for free trade. The same with the Japanese and microchips. Now, all I'm saying is let's drop the old procedure, which is commodity by commodity, and let's go to each country that has a pattern of unfair practices and try to negotiate a general opening of their market, which is what we've got to get.
Well, I think the experts would agree with you on the goal of free trade because it's better for everybody. But what would you do if you put on your, what is it, a 10% tariff and these other countries started to retaliate? Wouldn't that set off a trade war?
Well, 2 points. One, I don't think they're going to retaliate. I think they're going to open up.
But what if they do retaliate?
Let me get to that. Japanese automakers made 100% of their profit in America last year. And you see, I think the wisdom in what I'm proposing is that we've got to get pressure between sectors in other economies. As long as it's commodity by commodity, nobody's going to do anything. But if we put pressure on everyone to open up, then you create counter pressure within that economy. I think that's very important. The second thing is this: it's an optional power. The president doesn't have to do it. The president can send a note to the Congress saying, I don't want to do this, I don't think it's the way to handle it. I think they're going to make progress a little later, not right now, and it takes a 2/3 vote of the Congress to override the president's decision.
Dick, I think you've admitted, though, that only deals with 15 to 20% of the problem. And we run trade deficits with Nigeria. And what do you propose to do to help make American industry get out into the world and compete and sell where there's no barrier?
Well, Lanny, first, I don't know what percentage it is. I have said, because economists have said it's that. After I said that on the House floor, I've had American business people call me and say, Gephardt, you don't know what you're talking about, neither do the economists. It's more than 20%. And Martin's laughing because he's an economist. He knows they don't know. But in any event, let's not accept that. But whatever it is, we do have to become better in making good products. Nobody disagrees with that. Well, what do we have to do to that? Got to get the budget deficit down, got to have better research, better education. We have to challenge corporate America
not
to stop.
trade with Nigeria. I mean, Nigeria needs everything we make already. We just don't have the system to do business with them.
Well,
we penalize them. Yeah.
Well, in addition to making good products, we have to encourage American businesses to get out into the world and to do better at marketing. It's the whole spectrum of issues that will allow us to be competitive. And finally, talking about Nigeria. When I talk about free and fair trade, I'm interested in other industrial companies opening up to the Nigerias of the world as well as to us. 62% of all the manufactured products of developing countries are bought in the United States. This last year, only 5% by Japan. They can do better. So can other countries in Europe. We've got to get a world common market where trade is free and fair everywhere.
Mr. Hart, is what Congressman Gephardt proposes economic nationalism, and is this the time for it?
The answer is yes, it is, and to the second part, no.
Well, that's all the time you have.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
I couldn't disagree with Dick more strongly on this, and he and I, of course, have debated it. It was an issue in our party in 1984 between Vice President Mondale and myself. The issue then was what was called domestic content. That's been abandoned happily because it was as bad an idea as Dick's approach. Now, some have questioned Dick's motives here, and I don't. I think he's genuinely committed and concerned to try to find a solution to what is a serious problem. But we all know the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and regardless of the good intentions, bad ones do. This bill will create a trade war. When he says he doesn't know whether it will or not, that is the crux of the problem. We are risking too much to solve too small a percentage of what is a serious national problem. We need an industrial policy. I've outlined one, and I think a president could not just provide leadership in the abstract, but bring management and labor and capital together. But I think if Dick's bill ever went into effect, it would be a catastrophe, and the first casualties in a trade war in this country would be our workers and farmers.
Let me take 1 minute to urge you in your follow-up questions to be brief. You're only choking yourself at the end. I assure you we'll run out of time and you will not be able to make your stirring closing statements. So, may I go to Reverend Jackson?
So the Gephardt trade bill keeps focusing on them and not on us. The number one exporter from Taiwan is not Taiwan, it's GE, which owns RCA, which owns NBC, which says buy in America, while they take jobs from America. Taiwanese are not taking jobs from us, GE taking jobs to them. Make the product at cheap prices there, sell it back here, cheap labor, high prices, close the plant, manager jumps out the window in golden parachute with big bonus. Worker comes out unemployed. They made $10 billion in the Reagan's first administration, paid zero taxes, and got a $100 million tax rebate. That kind of corporate violence must end. That's key to having our job.
The problem. I mean, Dick's talking about 10, 15% maximum of what ails us here. Andy, you talked about going to work right here at home. We've got to make Made in America the international symbol for quality and value and durability once again. And that's going to take hard work. It's going to take an attention to competitiveness. It's going to take some restrictions and reasonable limitations on this merger and acquisition binge, which isn't contributing one iota to the productive capacity of this country. It's going to take skills, and it's going to take real old-fashioned American ingenuity to go out there and sell and make good products and compete around the world. This is a great time to do it. The dollar's down. There's no question that we've got a great opportunity, and that's what we ought to be doing, not talking about Hyundais and this kind of thing. That isn't going to solve it.
Senator Gore?
Well, we need strong leadership who will work to remove unfair trade barriers overseas. But yes, there's common agreement, including from Dick Gephardt when the debate took place, that it's 20% or less of the problem. We need to remove those unfair barriers. We also need leadership to make America more competitive and export to more products overseas. But the principal problem is what has been known as Reaganomics, which Congressman Gephardt supported when it was put into effect. Now, the result has been to have us borrow $500 million every 24 hours. That excess demand has pulled a flood of imports toward our shores, and that has led to the enormous trade deficits. Now, we have built up an external debt of $500 to $600 billion, and as a result, in the next decade, we are going to have to run large trade surpluses. If we focus with the Smoot-Hawley-Gephardt bill on bilateral trade equality, we will never be able to get the kind of trade surpluses in the next decade that we need.
I don't think you all heard me. I asked you to keep your answers brief, please. Our third round of questions go to Jesse Jackson. The subject is defense policy, and the questioner is Martin Anderson.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, in this campaign, you proposed substantial cuts in military spending, and you proposed building a missile defense system. It's been argued that if it had not been for the sharp increases in military spending that we've had in recent years, and the move toward SDI, that the Soviets never would have signed a nuclear arms reduction treaty. Do you see any linkage between these things?
I do not accept that premise. Mr. Reagan's original premise was that the poor had too much money, the rich had too little, we could solve third world problems with the military. I did not accept that premise then, I don't accept it now. And then with all of this build-up, save us from 3 million Sandinistas with 15,000 countries, and then save us from the Caribbean with, from Grenada. My position is simply is this. We should have a strong defense. And that bill, the Gorbachev, when he took over, made a move toward focusing on domestic reform. At that time, Mr. Reagan was using the evil empire rhetoric. He kept moving toward us and gained more popular favor in Western Europe than our own president did, which had another impact while the peace movement was moving in this country. It became clear at Geneva that Iceland was possible, and then Washington. I'm glad that Mr. Reagan made a move, just as Mr. Gorbachev made a move, and now I support the INF agreement. I further support deeper cuts, the mutually verifiable. I also support the meeting that took place in Washington where American business leaders met with Gorbachev, because I am convinced if we expand trade relations and exchange students, we can move away from the threat of mutual destruction to mutual survival and mutual development. I believe in a strong defense, but it should always correlate with our needs, not with our imagination. Its purpose must be to deter war, defend us if we must fight, defeat the enemy, and protect our interests. Yeah. The Reagan budget does not do that.
Let me just follow up a little bit. If the leaders of the Soviet Union were not affected by the vast increase in military spending, $1.5 trillion in the last 7 years, and if they weren't motivated by their concern for the building of a strategic defense initiative, what made Gorbachev get so reasonable?
I'm not convinced sole source contracts intimidated Mr. Gorbachev. I'm not convinced $700 toilet seats intimidated him. I am not convinced our mining the harbors of Nicaragua was some great threat to him. Before this whole process started, we had the capacity to overkill the Soviets many times. We have 26,000 warheads, 13,000 pointed at the Soviet Union. They had the capacity to overkill us. We went into that build-up with this power. What changed was not missile position. What changed was a different approach, an approach on both sides. I'm delighted that Gorbachev began to make a move toward our country for his own interest. He cannot reconcile his need for economic development and a rising military. But guess what? Look at our deficit, look at our debt, and neither can we. Both of us should move away from mutual threat and mutual destruction to coexistence.
We are getting, we're beginning to see some tapering off, but when it gets close to home, you know, it questions and challenges even your values. When Lockheed now and Marietta is about to run out of its C-5A and C-5B contracts that have employed over the years 30,000 folk or more. When that contract runs out, we're going to have to face 30,000 unemployed. But also in another couple of hundred congressional districts, there will be subcontractors that will face employment. Have you got any leadership for us in that direction?
We do. There are 2 or 3 areas. One, for example, let's start with the Coast Guard. They stopped in 1986, 10,000 pounds of cocaine. 86, they stopped 26,000 pounds of cocaine. Then Mr. Reagan cut the Coast Guard budget by $100 million and busted the Coast Guard. The drug traffickers kept coming. I would strengthen the Coast Guard because they serve a vital role. Secondly, in many of these areas of military buildup, we need to focus on conversion. Don't just abandon those workers, begin to convert them into having other skills more socially useful. I often ask, and perhaps even now, how many of you own a VCR? Raise your hand. Raise your hand real high. Hands down. There's not one American-made VCR. Now, how many of you own personal MX missile? Raise your hand. You see, and we make it where there ain't nobody buying. We have to change and make sense and make our economy.
That works every time, Mr. Jackson.
It's true every time.
Governor Dukakis, you oppose the Midget Man missile. You favor only research for SDI. I heard you say on Meet the Press that the Monroe Doctrine has been superseded and the U.S. will have to accept the Marxist government in Nicaragua.
I didn't say that, Roger.
How can you get elected by being squishy soft on defense?
I'm not squishy soft. I'm very tough. But I also know, as everybody knows, that there are limited resources. And for the first time in 8 years, this administration now has to confront the fact that it can't spend indefinitely on the military. Now, that's going to require a president next year, whoever that president is, whatever his party, who's going to finally have to make some of the tough choices that this administration has refused to make. I'm concerned about a conventional defense capability. And if you look at the budget that the president sent to the Congress today, you will see severe and very serious cuts in readiness, in maintenance, in spare parts, in important additions to our conventional defense capability. Why? Because they want to spend $6 billion in the MX, Martin, and Star Wars. Now, you can't have everything in this world. You can't go into a candy store and say, I'll have one of these and one of those. That's what this administration's been trying to do. I don't see why we should be spending $50 billion on the Midget Man with the kind of massive nuclear deterrent we have and cutting deeply into the kind of support and equipment and supplies and backup that our conventional forces need. And I think that's where those resources have to go. So I would make that kind of choice, Roger, as any president has to make when you're looking at a limited defense budget, and that's what we're going to be looking at for the next 3 or 4 years.
Gary Hart?
I spent 12 years on the Senate Armed Services Committee and came away fairly early from that experience believing that this debate over whether to spend more or spend less was irrelevant, and therefore began in the mid-70s to form something called the Military Reform Movement, which takes a totally different look at what is deterrence and what we can do to modernize and make more effective our conventional forces. I also have had the experience of talking at some length with Mr. Gorbachev. I think what brought Mr. Gorbachev to the bargaining table was his own realization that he can't continue to run his country the way it's been run for the past 30 or 40 years. There are not enough rubles to put space weapons up and continue in a mindless nuclear arms race and modernize his own society. In that respect, he's ahead of our own leadership. We are going to have to redirect the defense energies of this country away from a mindless nuclear arms race and prohibit it from getting into space through negotiations with Mr. Gorbachev, which he is prepared to do today if we don't build another missile, and modernize, make effective, and reform our conventional forces. Now, that is a bigger task than it seems, because no modern military power has ever reformed its military absent a major defeat. So that is a major undertaking that I believe, as president, must be done.
Mr. Gephardt?
To go back to the original question, I don't think you build things to be bargaining chips. I think you build things if you think they're needed for the security of the United States. I voted, when Jimmy Carter said he wanted to put the Pershing missiles in Europe, I voted to support him, because I think he felt at the time we couldn't solve that problem with arms control. The Soviets had put a new missile in, and he wanted to have something to counter it. I think he was right to do that. I'm glad we now have the INF Treaty. But, you know, when leadership changes in the Soviet Union, as it has, it may be that we can do this without building up with a lot of new systems. So I think you have to take the situation as you find it, do the best you can for the security of the United States, and it means that every time you don't have to build to have a bargaining chip in order to really increase our security.
Senator Gore?
I'm saying something in this campaign that is entirely different from what these other candidates are saying. This is a time for a Democratic nominee who is in support not only of economic growth and social justice, but also a strong America. Now, Super Tuesday, if it means anything at all in changing the election process, is designed to drive that, among other messages, that message home. We lost 4 out of the last 5 elections, twice by a vote of 49 states to 1. Now, this whole question of INF, we had a debate in South Dakota. I raised the question, did the Carter deployments continued by the current administration have anything to do with the Russian willingness to enter into that treaty? All of the other candidates were unwilling to say that it did. And I'll give you the transcript, and you can see for yourself. All of them have refused to support the mission to keep the sea lanes open in the Persian Gulf. We have to stand for something in this world. We have to have a strong America in order to seize what could be unprecedented opportunities for arms control during the next 6 to 8 years.
Our 4th round of questioning goes to Gary Hart. The subject is Mexico, and the questioner is Andrew Young.
Senator, we've hassled in Central America for a long time now and looked at everything but where the real problem is. Mexico's government is being pinched by the International Monetary Fund. They've got to choose between serving their people and paying their debts. A catastrophe in Mexico would really threaten Texas and all of U.S. interests. What would you propose as a relationship to Mexico comparable to our relationship to Canada, say?
Well, first of all, the question obviously is right on target and something that this administration seems to not even thought of. I made a trip to Latin America a couple of years ago, met with the presidents of Argentina and Brazil, came back absolutely convinced unless this country, both private and public sector, did something to restructure the debts in Central and Latin America, all throughout Latin America, particularly in the major democracies of Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil, that we were facing a catastrophe economically, politically, and militarily. And have put forward, as of about 2 or 3 years ago, a debt restructuring plan and program that was matched, I think, only at the time by Senator Bradley of New Jersey. It essentially calls for stretching out the loan payment and reduction of the interest rate. And this is a fundamental point. Our government today is acting like a collection agency for the American banks and the IMF, and we are damaging our own prestige and our own national security interests in the Western Hemisphere because of this. There are ways in which those loans can be restructured in addition to lowering the interest rates. By debt equity swaps, our American lenders can take equity positions in Central American, Latin American governments and in their productive capacity. That has never been tried, I think, on any serious basis. But I think primarily where Mexico is concerned, we ought to begin to structure the same kind of trade relationship that we have with Canada to the degree possible. As we reduce our reliance on Persian Gulf oil, we ought to increase our reliance on Western Hemisphere oil, Venezuela, and Mexico as well. And we ought to get the Japanese, West Germans, and other prosperous industrial democracies to invest more of their capital in those countries, including in Africa. You mentioned Nigeria. They need a productive base. We can't, the American people say over and over again, we cannot carry that whole burden.
Let me interrupt you, though, to raise the question of the terms on which we intervene in any sense in Latin America. One of the problems is that Mexico doesn't want our help. We've got Panama in a similar kind of situation, drawing away from us, becoming extremely hostile. We've got people that we tried to work with in Honduras running drugs, we think. That's major security problems apart from just the economic.
All the more reason why our assistance shouldn't be bilateral but multilateral. We should be taking the lead at putting together new international lending consortiums, including the Japanese, who have all this money, and the West Germans and other nations who ought to be investing in Mexico, throughout Central America, in Egypt, in the Philippines, in the key regional economies that, if they collapsed, would hurt not only American economic interests,
I guess I'm trying to make a distinction, though, between... See, I think if there's a collapse in Mexico, we end up with...
enormous problem.
Millions of Mexican citizens here just because they want to eat.
Absolutely.
That's an urgent crisis, and one that we're going to have to... Well, I don't know. I don't like intervention either. But we can't sit here and do nothing.
Well, I agree, and that's what I'm saying. We ought to have a long-term economic development program involving other lenders besides ourselves, so it doesn't look like Uncle Sam dominating
I was trying to push you to say that if there's a crisis, what are the limits of what I would do as president?
But there's one more step before the crisis occurs, and that is we're going to have to send a signal to the Mexican government that they cannot have what is kind of quasi-democracy there either. If there is going to be a crisis down there, it's not going to be only an economic crisis. It'll be a political crisis because of a political system that is not truly democratic. There is corruption in that government. We can't tell them unilaterally to weed it out, but we can certainly encourage them behind the scenes to open that political process up. Too many people lining their pockets, capital flight coming into the United States, into Switzerland. They've got to reform their tax laws and a lot of their other political practices down there. That has to be truly a multi-party political system, and it isn't. And this country has sat back too long, and certainly under this administration, without addressing either the economic or the political realities in that country.
Mr. Jackson, if you were president of the United States and there was a coup in Mexico, what would you do?
I would immediately have to determine the nature of it and the quality, because our national security would immediately be threatened because we share 2,000 miles of border. My first step will not be guns first and check second. You must first find out what our options are. I would not violate their sovereignty. I would not violate international law, self-determination, human rights, and other needs for economic development. But I do not want to go to the hypothetical. But for right now, we have a chance to avoid a coup of poverty with a coup of aid, trade, and development. We should act before the fact and not react after the fact. Yep.
Governor Dukakis, go ahead.
I take issue with you in one slight respect. You said the Mexicans don't want our help. I don't agree with that. I think the Mexican people, the Mexican government, the president-to-be wants very much to work with us, to build an important relationship. So what are we doing? We're involved in this fiasco in Nicaragua, which is a failure, which is illegal, which ought to be ended. We ought to get behind the RS plan, get behind the peace process, and instead we're obsessed with that nation of 3 million people, obsessed with trying to overthrow it, and in the meantime, our relationship with Mexico deteriorates. I think the Mexican people, the Mexican government want to work with us, and I think we've got to work with them. And if we spent less time in Nicaragua and more time working with our neighbor to the south, we'd be better off, and Central America would be better off.
Mr. Jackson, you have a few more minutes.
I want to finish my point. I want to build upon what I thought Senator Hart was doing, was building upon a vision. See, we come into an era now where we refer to Mexico as back door rather than next door, just dripping with contempt, and 3 million Sandinista enemies to be saved by 15,000 countries. We missed the vision of 400 million Latin American neighbors, allies, customers with whom we should be exporting grain and tractors and medicine and rail and infrastructure, as opposed to exchanging drugs for arms with 15,000 countries. Our future in Latin America, if we have vision, is a bright future. It's a future beyond war. Just beyond war is saving the forest in Brazil. Just beyond war is they buy the grain, we sell the grain, both of us grow. In their deficit, in their debt, in our deficit, and have prosperity for the whole hemisphere. That's my vision of the region.
Senator Gore?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Mexico on the selection of the person who will be their next president. late to this year, a 39-year-old Harvard-trained Southerner. I thought it showed very good judgment. And I think it's absurd in this country for us to spend more time on our relationship with Romania than we do on our relationship with Mexico. It's ridiculous. And I sometimes think one of the reasons for that blind spot is that we do not have adequate participation at all levels of our government on the part of Hispanic Americans and Mexican Americans and all Hispanic Americans. The Alliance for Progress, the last really successful partnership program we had with Latin America, was headed up by an Hispanic American. I would recapture that spirit and work in partnership with Mexico and the rest of Latin America to promote progress and growth and democracy.
Mr. Gephardt?
The answer for countries like Mexico is the ability to make products that they can sell in their own country and also to be able to sell them in world commerce. I want to go back to the statistic I gave a few minutes ago. 62% of manufactured goods in developing countries are bought in the United States. Where is Europe in buying these goods? Where are the countries in the Pacific Basin that are exporting so many goods? We have to convince other countries that they have to consume, they have to buy products, as well as sell products. The only way Mexico is going to be able to pay its debt is to have its economy perform. And the only way its economy is going to perform is if we get free and fair trade. And America has to lead, and that's why I think my trade policy is so important.
Our fifth round of questions is to Senator Gore. The subject is presidential priorities, and the questioner is Martin Anderson.
Senator Gore, let's assume that you're the one that takes the oath of office of president next year.
So far, so good.
You're 40 years old. I guess that's older than the president of Mexico. But you'd be the youngest president in U.S. history. Have you thought about what you'd do with all that power? The first day when you walked into the Oval Office in the West Wing of the White House, maybe you could tell us, what are the 3 things that you think would be most important for you to start doing?
Well, first of all, you raised the question of age. There will only be 2 years difference between my age and that of John Kennedy when he was elected, or Teddy Roosevelt when he became president. And with 12 years experience in the House and Senate, that's more than a majority of candidates in this race. And also there's a pendulum effect in presidential politics. You know, in 1960, we went from the oldest president ever to serve as of that time, Eisenhower, to the youngest president ever elected as of that time. And by sheer coincidence, in 1988, we have a chance to do that again. John Kennedy said he wanted to be president because it was a vital center of American life. We are facing this election at a time which is a turning point for America. Many fear that we are in decline at the end of the American era. I believe we have an opportunity to create a new American era. My priorities, therefore, would be to, first of all, restore responsibility to our economic policy. Stop borrowing $500 million every 24 hours. Set a national goal of creating the best education system in the entire world so that the young children in this country who enter the first grade with eyes as bright and minds as sharp as the children of any nation on earth will not finish high school 2 full grade levels behind their counterparts in Japan and some other countries. Now, third, I would change our approach to arms control. I am convinced that 42 years after the end of World War II, one of the reasons why we're in this straitjacket, not only economically, but in terms of our perception of the future, one of the reasons is we are still locked into this conflict because we're thinking in old patterns. We have to change the way we think about the arms race. The key element is eliminating the fear of an attack from the Soviet Union and the fear they have that we might gain superiority. I would make the elimination of first strike fears our principal priority in nuclear arms control, and through that means seek to change the way we and the Russians think about the arms race and try to redefine that relationship so that we wouldn't have to devote more than 1/3 of our resources to this continuing conflict. Those would be my 3 initial priorities,
right,
but I got some more if you want to hear them.
Can I go back to your first priority, which is to stop borrowing all this money? I believe you've expressed support for a balanced budget amendment to the Constitution. If the Congress of the United States is reluctant to propose such an amendment to the states, which they have been, as president, would you encourage calling a constitutional convention so that people could propose it?
No, I certainly would not, because I happen to think that our founders did a pretty good job on the Constitution the first time around, and I don't want to see a wide open convention that could rewrite the First Amendment or the bill, anything else in the Bill of Rights and other provisions that are a necessary part of our checks and balances. You know, what we need is not a gimmick. What we need is strong presidential leadership, and that's what we have been lacking. In our system of government, the president and the Congress share responsibility, and they share responsibility for what has happened. Too many people went along with Reaganomics, for example. But in the last 7 years, the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, has failed to lead this country toward fiscal responsibility. That's why we have had this deadlock in the Congress. If we have the Democratic Party controlling both the White House and the Congress, if we have a president who is determined to meet this goal, and a president who incidentally has a personal relationship with every committee and subcommittee chairman in both the House and the Senate, every ranking Republican member, we'll have the kind of approach necessary to set targets and steadily reduce the budget deficit, restoring credibility for our economic policy.
Mr. Gephardt, let's assume for a moment that Al Gore doesn't make it and that you do. Have you thought about how you will use your power? Have you been to the mountain and thought about it and thought against whom you would use the power? Against your enemies. And who are your enemies against whom you would use this power?
Well, first, there won't be an enemies list, I'll tell you that. We've done that enough. The first thing I would do is appoint people to the cabinet and to high government positions who would want to be part of a team to really have a renaissance in this American economy. And I wouldn't want people who are not team players, who are off doing their own independent thing. I must tell you that this administration has given the word sleaze factor a new name, a new definition. The most important thing the next president has to do is to regain the credibility of the American people. And that means you got to bring people around you and with you that the American people can believe in and follow. But let's talk about what we want to change. I want to change the economy. We've got an established wisdom in this country that we shouldn't change the trade policy. The one we've got is fine. That we shouldn't change agriculture policy. That we ought to cut Social Security, that we ought to raise taxes on the middle class in order to solve our economic problems. I'm not for those things. So as president, I want to take on that established wisdom, and I want to change this economy so that it really does begin to function. There's almost a conventional wisdom that we've got to be in decline, that it's inevitable, that we ought to just sit back and relax and accept it, and let it roll. I'm not willing to do that, and I don't think the American people are willing to do that, and that's what the next president has to take on.
I will, just wait, hold on 1 minute. I'm going to call on each of you who has not answered, and I'll call on you if you promise to keep your answer in 30 seconds. Mr. Hart?
I'll ask a question. Albert, why did, if you're against the first strike weapons, did you support the MX missile? And I join Michael Dukakis in deploring Bruce Babbitt's exit here because of the 10 remaining candidates. I'm now the only one to have stepped up to the box and put forward a budget. And my question to you and the others is, when are you going to specify how you're going to reduce the deficits in very detailed terms so the American people can know that?
Well, can I, even though it's out of order, can I respond to...
I'll take it out of your closing statement, Mr. Gore.
I don't want it out of my closing statement. It was a personal question.
Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
My concern is that, we had a League of Women's debate on Saturday and never discussed women, which I thought was a terrible thing, or their predicament. Now we're here in Texas, the poorest county in all of America, down in South Texas, in the New South. We're back here, no dogs biting babies, no governors in schoolhouse doors. Half of the nation's poor children live in the South. highest infant mortality rate in the South, half the toxic waste dumps in the South. Let us not allow Super Tuesday to be superficial. Let's focus on making a difference in the lives of people who live in the South.
Governor Dukakis?
I think the next president's going to have to start the day after he's elected. The transition period itself is going to be very important if we're going to restore fiscal and economic confidence in this country, and that's the single most important job the next president has. It goes to our national security, it goes to our economic security, it goes to our ability to create good jobs for people at good wages all over this country, and it's going to have to begin on the Wednesday after the first Tuesday, and with somebody who can bring that strong fiscal and economic leadership to the White House.
Thank you, candidates. Thank you, Mayor Young and Mr. Anderson. As we mentioned earlier, the College Satellite Network is sending these debates to students at nearly 600 colleges and universities across the nation. And here on the Southern Methodist University campus, CSN has gathered a distinguished group of student leaders and student newspaper editors. And at this point, we want to give 5 of those students a chance to question our candidates. Our first student questioner is...
Nita Vallow,
there she is.
University of Texas at Austin. I'd like to direct my question to Governor Dukakis. Governor, many of the problems facing higher education institutions stem from problems in secondary schools. What kind of reforms do you think are needed in secondary schools?
Well, to begin with, as I'm sure you know, we give our states and local communities principal responsibility for dealing with public education, and that's as it should be. And some of the best things that have happened, some of the best improvements that have taken place over the past 4 or 5 years have taken place in states, in local communities. There's been an explosion of interest. I wish we had that same kind of leadership in Washington. I hope I can bring it there. I'm concerned about the teaching profession. I'm concerned about the fact that half of our public school teachers in America are going to retire in the next 10 years, and I want to encourage you and your fellow students to seriously consider teaching as a career. I think we've got to provide scholarships for young people willing to make a career out of teaching, loan forgiveness, revive the National Teacher Corps. We've got to make teaching a valued and honored profession once again. I think there are things that we should be doing and can do to help youngsters stay in school. In my own state, for example, we're having great success at combining academics and work during the course of the school day, and we've significantly reduced the dropout rate in a number of high schools around the state. I think we've got to do things about preschool education. I think we've got to bring quality and standards back to our public schools, and I think a president who believes in public education understands how important it is, can provide that kind of leadership, working with the states and with local communities at the same time.
Our second questioner is Wade McAllister. He's from Southern Methodist University, and his question is for Mr. Gephardt.
Yes, I'd like to direct it to Mr. Gephardt. With respect to the trade imbalance and the deficit spending of the current government, how will you handle the upcoming expiration of the steel subsidies?
Well, we've used steel subsidies in the past in order to help the steel industry go through a transition. We've put on import quotas in order to help the industry through that tough period. At some point, those quotas have to be phased out. The steel industry has to compete, and it has to compete against every country in the world. I think that the time has come when we've got to ask that to happen. But we've also got to ask other countries again to open their markets to our products. A lot of the future for us in steel is in specialty steel products. And often when we've made those with great skill and quality, we haven't been able to get them into some other markets. So again, we're back to trade policy. We're back to being tougher than we've been and asking other countries to open up. And I think if you look at the history of things, when we stand up, they open up. And that's what we got to do in steel and computers and everything else.
Our third questioner is Ned Glasscock. He's from the University of Maryland, and his question is for Jesse Jackson.
Reverend Jackson, the Reagan administration has favored federal loans to college students over grants. But the policy has had an enormous impact on the students, particularly minorities, making many of them practically indentured servants. What would you do to stop this?
Well, first of all, we must commit ourselves to affirmative action. Those who've been locked out historically, they should be given a chance to get in school. It is a cost-efficient arrangement, but not just minority students, students generally. We ought to have a policy in this country, every youth who has a mind to learn and a will to work ought to have the option of going to college. It's cost-efficient. If one goes to the University of Maryland a University of Virginia for 4 years on a full academic scholarship. It will cost less than $30,000. Those same 4 years on a full penitentiary scholarship will cost more than $130,000. Schools at their worst are better than jails at their best. And lastly, we had an 8-week strike in Chicago back in September and October. They just couldn't quite find the money to pay the teachers. A little more money. But guess what? On Christmas Day, I took my children to the jail. And I saw 4,000 young men in that jail on Christmas Day. And I compared that cost. 1 year high school scholarship in Chicago, $2,100. 1 year Chicago State, $5,000. 1 year Chicago Cook County, $21,000. That's why I choose Head Start and daycare on the front side of life rather than jail care and welfare on the back side.
Our fourth questioner is Sarah Goss from Goucher College in Baltimore, Maryland, and her question is for Gary Hart.
Senator Hart, I would like to know what your commitment environment. Specifically, what will you be doing to protect the natural resources? What will you do to conserve scenic American landscapes? And how will you be active in preservation of architectural landmarks?
First of all, an excellent question again, and I think like Jesse's comment about the poor in this country, the environment's taken fourth place in the debates that have occurred so far. I had come from an environmental state and sought membership when I went to the Senate for 12 years on the Environment Committee. I was involved in practically every environmental struggle this country's gone through for almost a decade and a half. On the side of clean air and cleaner water, disposal of toxic waste and nuclear waste, and elimination of acid rain. We had a dispute in New Hampshire about the question of the safety of nuclear power plants. Mike Dukakis was providing leadership on that, as he very well should have as governor of Massachusetts, concerned with public safety of that plant. He was using a law that I helped write after the 3 Mile Island accident. I was the chairman of the National Commission on Air Quality for 2 years, task that very few people paid much attention to, but as a result, we put forward enormous recommendations to clean up the air in this country, and had the Reagan administration not won in 1980, I think those recommendations would have gone into effect to sharply reduce acid rain and move in that direction. I think the two greatest environmental challenges our nation faces are elimination of toxic waste and safe disposal of nuclear waste, and I am absolutely committed as the next president of this country to work with the scientific and political and economic community to carry out those tasks.
Our fifth college questioner is Eric Greenberg. He's from Keene College of New Jersey, and his question is for Senator Gore.
Mr. Gore, what are your views on drug testing at the scholastic, professional, and political levels?
I think that drug testing ought to be limited to occupations that have a direct connection to the public safety, such as airline pilots, policemen, firemen, etc. I think that there are constitutional principles that we cannot tamper with if we go beyond that. But we must recognize that we have a drug problem in this country that is way out of control. Jesse Jackson has been particularly eloquent on this problem. The next president must be prepared to lead on this problem. We have 6% of the people in the world, and yet we consume 60% of the drugs that are consumed in the world. We have got to have a coordinated policy, including foreign policy, to tell countries like Panama, Honduras, Colombia, whoever they are, that we will not tolerate them serving as the source of illegal narcotics. Interdiction, yes. Law enforcement, and a much better job of it. And prevention and education starting in the earliest grades so that we can combat this drug crisis and have a war on drug abuse that isn't defunded the day after it was declared the way the Reagan administration did it.
That concludes the first half of this debate program. We will now take a break for about 2 minutes for a station break, and when we come back, we'll turn our attention to national issues and issues of particular importance in the Super Tuesday primaries.
This program is made possible by Southwestern Bell Foundation, MCI, offering a global highway for voice and data services around the corner or around the world. MCI, communications for the next 100 years. And Herbst Celanese, where quality counts in chemicals, fibers and film, advanced materials, and the life sciences. With additional funding provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. For a copy of tonight's debate, please send a check for $22.95 to Texas Debates, P.O. Box 13, Dallas, Texas, 75221. Please indicate whether you prefer the Democratic or Republican debate.
Rukeyser, inviting you to join me for the next edition of Wall Street Week, where my guest will be one of the most widely followed and controversial gurus around. He's Robert Prechter, and we'll be taking a close look at his investment record and his latest views on where the markets are heading and why. I hope you'll head for our door.
Robert Prechter and the Elliott Wave, Friday at 8:30 on Wall Street Week with Louis Rukeyser.
TV news can create powerful people or destroy them.
While the overwhelming number of people who saw the debates believed John Kennedy had won them, the equally overwhelming number of people who only heard them, didn't have a television set, listened on the radio, thought Richard Nixon had won them.
Join host Edwin Newman for a look at manipulation of the media. Point of View, next time on television.
Join us Monday at 8 for news, Point of View, on television. TV worth watching in Atlanta for 30 years. This is WPBA Channel 30.
Welcome back to the Texas debates. If you'll take your seats, we'll begin the second half of this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. And while you take your seats, we'd like once again to recognize the debates organizers, Texas Monthly, the Dallas Morning News, and public station KERA. March 8th, Super Tuesday, is less than 2 weeks away, and as we mentioned on that day, 14 southern and border states will hold presidential primaries. They will elect nearly 30% of the delegates to the National Democratic and Republican conventions. Our next two questioners this evening will focus on questions of particular importance in the upcoming Super Tuesday primaries. Joining me now are Carl Lubsdorf, Washington Bureau Chief for the Dallas Morning News, and Paul Berkin, Executive Editor of Texas Monthly. The questioning format will be the same as in the first part of the program, except, gentlemen, because you were so long-winded in the first half, the questions will be limited to 4 minutes on each original round, so please stick to the watch. I will follow up with a second candidate for less than 2 minutes, and then again we will ask for a brief discussion from all of you who did not speak originally. The first question goes to Senator Gore. The subject is the South and the Democratic Party. Carl Lubsdorf.
Mr. Berkin.
I'm sorry, Paul Berkin.
He's going to pass it to me here.
All right.
Mr. Gore, you alluded in the first half of the program to the fact that the Democrats have been getting clobbered in the South. You alluded also to some reasons in defense. What do you think the other reasons might be? Is defense the end of it, or are there some other reasons why the Democrats have been having such trouble in the South in 4 of the last 5 elections?
Well, first of all, the purpose of Super Tuesday was not to elect a Southern president, although I personally think that's a pretty good idea. I'm not running as a Southern candidate. I'm running as a national candidate who happens to be from the South and proud of it.
Well,
our region has particular concerns that have not been addressed in the election process that took place before Super Tuesday was created.
And this is the reason to create these concerns? Is that to treat these concerns?
Well, Super Tuesday was created to have more attention paid to those concerns, yes. But really probably the single most important motivation of guiding those who helped to create this new process was to try to give more influence to voters at the grassroots level in the 20 states participating, on the theory that if instead of focusing on the few groups that influence the Iowa caucuses, they focus instead on the broad-based constituency in 20 states, there would be more of a national approach. That's why I have taken a different approach in my campaign and address the issues from a national perspective. Now, let's talk about the specific problems in the South. More than half of all rural poverty is in the South. A majority of poor children are in the South. We have the problems of homelessness in the South, just as in the rest of the country, but it has a different face. We have problems like Colonius right here in Texas. We have problems like the energy crisis. One of the reasons I want to be president is to put in place a national energy policy for the first time since at least in the 7 long years, because most of the energy production in this entire country is in the South and in the Southwest. And so this process is designed to focus attention on those problems.
But are you saying that issues like the colonias and rural poverty haven't been addressed by the Democrats? That was my question, is why are the Democrats losing?
Well, first of all, if those problems are going to be addressed at all, Democrats will have to address them, because the Republicans just don't care. In order for the Democrats to win, in order for the Democrats to win, we have to address those problems, and we have to get away from this business of passing litmus tests like the ones in the Iowa caucuses. We have to get away from jumping through hoops and focusing on the narrow groups, and instead address our core constituency. We have to get into the tradition of Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman and John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, and start focusing on lifting people out of poverty, raising the minimum wage, having a better standard of living, and concentrating on children who are our future with education.
Senator, let me mention another group that you mentioned, President Truman and President Roosevelt. Your father mentioned another group. He said that one purpose of your candidacy, or one result, might be to bring the Dixiecrats back into the Democratic Party. He said if you could do that in the primary, you could then run as the moderate that you are in the general election. Well, given the fact that you are really on the political spectrum a moderate, more so than, say, Senator Nunn or Senator Stennis, why would a hard-shell Southern conservative Democrat vote for you rather than vote for a Republican like Pat Robertson or Bob Dole or George Bush?
Well, first of all, I long ago gave up trying to edit my father's analyses of political strategy. But let me say that I think that Democratic voters, and all voters, most voters in the South, are not interested in ideology. They are interested in a better way of life. Now, in Tennessee, in 5 elections, I have run there. Last time Ronald Reagan carried our state with 60%, and one line below him on the ballot, I carried it with 61%. Now, the reason is not because we had similar approaches. We have wildly divergent approaches. The reason is that I have focused on helping the average working men and women in this country, and in my home state and throughout the South. That's what Super Tuesday is designed to focus our attention on, and also to help us win the election in November.
Mr. Jackson, I had always understood that one of the purposes of Super Tuesday was to help the Democratic Party nominate a moderate and not a northern liberal. The problem seems to be that the party forgot to nominate someone like that, and the danger, is it not, is that quite conservative Southerners might walk to the Republican Party.
Well, I was born in Greenville, South Carolina. Got a diploma from a high school there, public high school. The North Carolina A&T State University there. I am an authentic Southerner. And they already elect a Southerner, and I'm going to give them that option. I am convinced that on a serious note, 25 years ago, the wild tension was because of racial violence. I worked, Roger, to make the South better and the nation stronger. We now have a public accommodations bill, the right to vote, open housing, easy access to school. And my strength of leadership was in making the South better. There's a different kind of challenge in the South now. Just behind the Orange Bowl, what about citrus workers? Just behind the Cotton Bowl, what about textile workers? The New South economic challenge is a challenge of economic common ground. This is the region with the richest soil and the poorest people, the most working people below poverty, half of the nation's poor children, women without daycare or comparable work. If we hammer away at the point of common ground, I did a rally in Mobile, Alabama last night. Basic paper workers and machinist workers who were not related to me 5 years ago, and they who voted for Reagan 4 years ago, who now see their interest in a thrust of end economic violence and fight for economic justice. End economic violence and fight for economic justice.
Gary Hart, for 30 seconds, please, each of you.
The Democratic Party has been losing two regions. One is the South, the other is the West. And as we focus on the South, I hope we'll also think about all those Western states that we've been losing also, Albert, for 4 out of the last 5 national elections. And I think there are two reasons. One, they don't think we have a defense policy unless it's supporting the Reagan arms buildup on the one hand or arbitrarily cutting the defense budget on the other. That's why I've advocated military reform. And the other is our economics have to be more market-oriented. We cannot be the party of big government and economic distribution or distribution of wealth. We have to be the party in the South and the West, particularly of wealth creation. And that's why just saying good jobs for good wages doesn't answer the problem. The question is how to do it. What kind of specific investment policies to make the factories and the farms, the research laboratories of this country equal to all on earth. And that's what I've tried to do in my policies and frankly why I'm staying in this race.
Governor Dukakis.
Al made a point, and I think it's important to emphasize it. You know, I come from the Northeast, from Massachusetts. We voted for Ronald Reagan twice, Paul. Both elections, you got a majority. So it's not just the South. We've got to deal with what's going on in this country. I don't view the South as being some special region that is different from the rest of the country. The people of the South that I talk to have the same values, same goals, same dreams, same aspirations. They want good jobs at good wages. There's no region of the country that has spent more time working to improve the quality of its schools. They want a clean and safe environment. They want good medical care, especially for the elderly. They want a strong America that's true to its values. And I think if we can
about the national people.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Was that better? Tell Bush I'll call him back. No. I think if we can get back to these basic values, nominate somebody who's got the strength and experience and the values to move this country forward, we're going to win again. But I think it's a mistake to treat the South as some kind of special case. It's this entire country we have to go to. We're losing all over the country. We have, and we've got to get back to those very basic values that the Democratic Party believes in, the country believes in, people all over the country, including the South.
Mr. Gephardt?
I don't think people vote for political strategies. And I think they're looking, as we've said tonight, for answers to the problems they face. Al, you've criticized the Iowa and New Hampshire process. I think we were there talking about national issues. Jimmy Carter went there back in 1976, and he told them what was in his heart and his mind, and he got elected as a Southerner in the whole country. John Kennedy, 1960, went to West Virginia, a very Protestant state, as a Catholic. Everybody said he couldn't compete there. He did well because he brought them a message of hope and opportunity. That's what we have to do. No matter what the process is, no matter where we are, we have to talk to the American people about what we want to have happen in this country for them. We do that, we'll win.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, we really have to roll along. Our second round of questions is on the limits of government. It is directed to Gary Hart, and Carl Lubsdorff has it.
Mr. Hart, in the last 50 years, the federal government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars trying to cure every problem from rats in the cities to building sewers in the rural areas, and mostly at the behest, I might say, of the Democratic Party. And yet we have these problems that Reverend Jackson and Senator Gore mentioned earlier, poverty in the South. We have a massive underclass in the cities. What's gone wrong?
Well, first of all, I think it'd be a mistake for us to pretend that or assume that none of those programs ever worked. Many programs put forward by the Democratic Party have revolutionized this country and elevated the standard of living for at least 90 to 95% of Americans. I won't go through the litany. We all know what it is. Many of those programs Ronald Reagan has cut. For example, Head Start has done a fantastic job with poor children in this country. We've cut it. School lunch programs for poor children. We learned in the 60s you cannot learn if you have not eaten. Ronald Reagan has cut it. The list goes on, whatever it is, whether it's a farm program or whatever, it's either been cut or so twisted that it doesn't even do its job anymore. Having said that, many of us that I think are on this stage today, I would call a new generation of Democrats. We got into office in the 70s critical of the New Deal approach, which was to say, anytime there was a problem, create a federal agency, fund it, and throw money at the problem. What some of us have tried to do over the years is to build on the values that Mike talks about of equality and justice and opportunity, but go beyond the cathedral of the New Deal, which is to say the establishment traditional elements of the party and many of our constituency groups saying, unless you support our agenda or unless you support our list of wishes, we will not endorse you or we will not give you our PAC dollars or whatever. I think that's another reason, Al, that we're losing in your region and in mine, is that we're seen too much as a special interest party. If we had a national agenda that created wealth and distributed it fairly, I think we will begin to win in the South and the West as well.
Forget going beyond winning elections. The question is, how do you get at these seemingly intractable problems? Are these things that government can do, or is there some other way to deal with them?
Well,
they don't seem to go away.
Well, the buzzword, of course, now is government-business partnership, and I suppose that's as good a place as any to start. We have to figure out a way now, post-New Deal or post-big government, to figure out ways in which the federal government, state and local governments can in fact cooperate with the private sector. Let's take a specific. We have hundreds of thousands of people without shelter in this country, a national scandal and tragedy. Now, the traditional New Deal approach would be to pass a law, create an agency, and go out and build shelters. I think the president could call on the governors and the mayors of this country within 72 hours to identify abandoned buildings, have the private sector provide bedding material and space heaters and glass for the windows, and we could have a shelter over the head of every American within 3 days with the kind of strong presidential leadership that we all advocate here.
What about a more complicated issue like the underclass, which is just something that we've tried and tried and tried to do something about, and it doesn't seem, at least on the surface, to be getting any better? Is this a problem that defies money solutions?
No, I don't think there's a challenge this country faces that we can't together solve. Now, again, I don't think the solution is the Reagan laissez-faire solution, trickle down crumbs from the rich man's table, or the New Deal solution, which is create another federal agency, or talk about compassion and caring. Let's break down the structural underclass. It is a lot of elderly people. We do, in fact, have to have a public and private program to provide long-term health care for the elderly. We have an illiteracy problem. We're carrying 15% of our workforce on our backs because they simply cannot read. How about a literacy corps in which every young person gave a few hours a week in exchange for a guaranteed student loan or scholarship to teach a young child or an adult illiterate to read? There are new solutions to these problems.
Governor Dukakis, you've taken credit for the so-called Massachusetts miracle. One part of it was the reduction of the welfare rolls by your employment and training program. Is it your intention to take that plan national?
Yeah, and the thing I wanted to say, Paul, and to you, Roger, too, is that notwithstanding a lack of leadership in Washington, a great many very exciting, innovative things are happening at the state and local level. One of them happens to be, Roger, some very successful efforts to help thousands of welfare families to get off of welfare. In my state and many other states, that now has been recommended in the form of legislation, as the members of the Congress know, by the 50 governors, Republicans as well as Democrats, opposed by the Reagan administration for reasons none of us can understand. It's been approved, I think, Dick, already by the House. It's in the Senate, and I hope it will be approved. Now, why are we succeeding in helping thousands of welfare families to get off of welfare, and by the way, save money at the same time? Because we recognize one very basic thing. The overwhelming majority of families on welfare in this country are single mothers with young children. And a combination of real training for real jobs, and I mean real jobs, not make-work, minimum wage jobs, and daycare for those youngsters so their mothers can go into the training program has made the difference. Now this effort is a reflection of those very basic values that we believe in, helping people to become independent and self-sufficient, but a recognition of the fact that when you have so much poverty in families with a single mother with young children, You've got to deal with it in a different way. We're doing so. We ought to do this nationally. The House has already acted. The Senate will. I can tell you, if the President vetoes this, it'll be one of the first bills that I'll send to the Hill and one of the first bills I'll sign, because we know it will work. It's a new approach. It's a working approach. It's an innovative approach, and it's doing the job.
Jesse Jackson.
We must address, however, Governor Dukakis, structural dislocation. When the Framingham plant closes, these are workers who didn't want welfare, didn't need work, they needed a job, and the plant closed. Structural dislocation. Or in the case of Kenosha, Wisconsin, where 5,500 workers thought they would be with Chrysler for another 5 years, and in 1 year, Iacocca decided to close down the plant. Now, we bail out Chrysler and Iacocca, but there's no bailout provision for people of Kenosha, Wisconsin, or Cicero, Illinois. So you have this massive dislocation where these corporations are merging without challenge, the encouraging workers and submerging our economy. We can't just provide social service for the victims and lick their wounds. We must shift the incentives to reinvest in America, retrain our workers, and reindustrialize our nation. When I speak of the underclass, I speak as a graduate. I'm a member of it. I don't have a theory in it. I was born to a teenage mother, born in a house with a bathroom in the backyard, adopted by a father with a third-grade education who went to the Army and came back home and did not have the right to vote. And that hard-working man and that woman kept embracing their child with love, and then went to public schools, inadequately funded, that was segregated. And yet that core family, against those odds, kept on pushing. Then he got a post office job, that little 10% break that veterans can get as a janitor. And then they passed the feeding program. Then we moved to Fieldcrest Village, the public housing project. First brick house I lived in was the public housing project. And finally, our college scholarship. Just a little people-government partnership. We could not have made it without the government. And I've in turn worked and made the government better.
Senator Gore.
I want to go back to what Mike Dukakis said. Mike, I think you've been a good governor of Massachusetts, and I think you ought to stay right on being a governor of Massachusetts. But you know, there are a lot of states with an unemployment rate that is a lot lower than your states, and their governors are not saying that qualifies them by itself to be president. And your unemployment rate has been going up. Now, I went to divinity school, and they have a tougher definition of the word miracle than that. But and also on the can I finish here? Let me just finish the comment.
Senator Gore has the floor. You'll get your chance.
And also on the question, you have said, please, Mike, please.
Let him finish.
You have said that there is no such thing as an underclass. Now, the very term underclass jars us, and we don't want to accept it. It's alien to our American sensibilities. But the fact is, there is one, and it's an intractable problem, and we have to deal with it. Your program has had some success, but even there, the applicants for the AFDC are going up according to the latest figures. So it's an intractable it is a more intractable problem than that. We need national leadership on prenatal nutrition, expanding Head Start, child care, child health care. We need to reform the welfare system so that we don't have these incentives for people to stay on welfare or to turn down minimum wage jobs because their children will lose their Medicaid benefits. It's a complex problem, and it needs to be solved.
Mr. Gephardt?
We can all agree that the government has a responsibility to intervene to give people a chance to get out of poverty. Jesse Jackson spoke about it eloquently. But the best social program is a paycheck and a job. I've been in welfare offices, I've listened to people, I've talked to people. Everybody wants a job. And the fact is, America's economy today is in decline. So as we talk about intervening to help people out, we've got to make this economy work, and we cannot accept decline. And that's why we need new policies like trade policies and research and education policies to give people the chance to have a good job.
Our next round of questioning is to Jesse Jackson. It concerns spending and the budget, and the questioner is Carl Lubsdorff. And I would ask you once more, ask you once, ask you thrice, we are in danger of losing what will be the high point of this program, which is your closing statements, if you do not move it along. Please, sir, go ahead.
Mr. Jackson, you talked before of the need for structural reform, and you've also talked for the need to spend more on education, on job training. I noticed that you said that for $36 billion you could end poverty in the United States, and I was curious about that. How do you plan to do that, and where did you get that figure?
Several dimensions. One, we have 13 aircraft task force carriers. The Russians have one. There's a proposal to make 2 more. They have 13, we have 1. The extra 2 would be $36 to $40 billion. I would not spend $36 to $40 billion on 2 more carriers. I would invest that money in declaring a war on poverty and not on the poor and women and senior citizens. That's a thing. But I would go beyond that. Argue that Reagan gave the rich and powerful a $600 billion tax break on the assumption they would reinvest in this country and make us strong. They didn't, so it resulted in the Reagan-Bush October 19th meltdown. Now they want, now they want those who are not invited to the party to pay for the party. I go another way. I contend, hear me now, the 400,000 top wage earners make $192,000 a year or above should pay at the 38% income tax bracket as opposed to 28%, and that's $20 billion. Corporations should pay at the 1980 level with the incentive to reinvest in America. And that's another $20 billion. And lastly, Europe, 42 years after the war, can better share in the burden of its own defense. We should come out the hole the same way we went in.
You've answered sort of the back half of the question, which is the part, where would you get a lot of more money? But the question I asked you was, sir, was how would $36 billion end poverty in the United States?
It would have a tremendous, 36
And what would you specifically spend it on?
Apply it to prenatal care, apply it to Head Start, and nutrition for young children. I'd put a real focus on women, infants, and children, our most vulnerable people. That's where I would start.
Do you believe that you can end poverty by working in the ghetto, or do you believe that people have to move out in order for it to work? Do you believe you have to break up these large concentrations of poor people?
Well, you wouldn't break up large concentrations of white people to end poverty. That doesn't make sense. And so it's not ghettos don't create unemployment. Lack of jobs create unemployment. So whether you're living in ghetto, or barrio, or living in colonias, or living in New York City, jobs and education are the antidotes to poverty. To have some access to ethnic kinship is not what poverty is about. For example, the 41 million in poverty, 29 million are white. The poor, mostly white and female and young. You don't associate poverty with ethnicity, you associate poverty with deprivation. Let's end the deprivation with jobs and education.
Gary Hart? Well, I'd like to do something that I rarely do, and that is quarrel with my friend Jesse. Those aircraft carriers are being built, and the problem is the next president is going to inherit an enormous deficit. Ronald Reagan's legacy to America, $198 billion deficit in 1989, and it goes as far as the eye can see. Now, why I keep harping on this little issue of the budget is to address Mr. Lubsdorff's question. It's all fine to talk about these programs we all support. They're great programs, many of them. But the first thing a president is going to have to do is produce a budget. Where is the money coming from, and where is the money going to go? Gentlemen, when are you going to produce your budgets?
Gary, I have produced a budget. I've said that we need to get about $40 or $45 billion a year off the deficit.
Write it down, Dick.
I have written it down. I have written it down. I call for three things. I call for an oil import fee because I think it's good energy and good budget policy at the same time.
Following my leadership.
And I talked about it in New Hampshire as well as Texas.
So did I.
Second, I'm for a new farm bill that'll reduce the amount that farmers get from the government and allow them to get more from the marketplace. And third, I'm for freezing defense spending. And that's where I guess we'll get to the question of the carriers and other things. That'll get you 40 to 45 off the deficit, and I think that's a good budget. I think we all have to be clear and straight about how we're going to do this, and I think that when we do that, and when we do it with the Congress, unlike Ronald Reagan, we'll get progress.
Governor Dukakis?
I'll get back to your question. You have unemployment today in South Texas in certain counties of 30, 35, and 40%. Now, there's no government program under the sun, Gary, there's no budget under the sun that is going to solve that problem unless we create some good jobs at good wages in this state and in regions of the country that are hurting and hurting badly. That's the way you deal with poverty, by creating good jobs. How do you do that? With an aggressive economic development program, which creates jobs, which invests in infrastructure and training and technology, and in regional development that provides grants and loans to companies willing to expand into South Texas and create good jobs at good wages. If you don't do that, then we're just spinning our wheels about poverty. The best human services program in this country is something called full employment. And we ought to be working to build a full employment economy. If we don't do that, then we're just kidding ourselves about poverty.
Senator Gore?
We've got to recognize that there are two kinds of poverty. There is the poverty being experienced by those who are in the underclass. I talked about that earlier. And we must recognize that there are limits to the traditional governmental approaches to dealing with that problem. And we have to have an entirely new approach to that problem. The second kind of poverty exists outside of the underclass. I mentioned earlier that we need to raise the minimum wage. Let me give you a reason why. If you make the minimum wage and have a family of 4, you can work 40 hours a week and not even come close to the poverty level. Now, it has been raised in 7 years, and there are millions of people who never get a raise unless the minimum wage goes up. But that's only the beginning. We've got to have better job training programs, vocational education programs, and most importantly of all, as I said earlier, we've got to invest in the best education system in the entire world. As the world becomes more complex, as our competition gets stiffer, we've got to be willing to invest in human resources in order to give our children the knowledge they need and to give our workforce the skills they need to outcompete the people of any nation on the face of this earth.
Our fourth round of questioning goes to Congressman Gephardt. The subject is special interests in the Democratic Party, and the questioner is Carl Lubsdorff.
Mr. Gephardt, in 1984, Walter Mondale won the Democratic nomination by appealing, and some called it pandering, to various constituencies in the Democratic Party, such as labor. He then went out and proposed a tax increase, and he got blown out in the general election. You recently won the Iowa caucuses, and some of your critics said that you did pretty much there what Mr. Mondale did, and that you also pandered to labor, and that you pandered to farm groups with the farm measure that you just mentioned, and a measure that a lot of people think will cause an increase in food prices of 10 to 15%, almost like a tax on every American on their food bills. Aren't you doing the same thing that Mr. Mondale did, and don't you risk the same result if you're the nominee?
Well, Carl, you know, as Democrats, I think it's time that we decided who we are for. I'm proud to stand up for American workers. Workers all over this country are losing their wages, losing their jobs, losing their standard of living. I think we've got to stand up and stop decline in this country, and I'm proud to do that. That's why I'm for a new trade policy, a new agriculture policy, and I think that farmers fall into the same category. What's wrong with giving farmers an ability to vote on what the program is? I think they ought to have that right. They ought to have that chance. The big grain companies have dictated the program because it inures to their benefit. Why shouldn't farmers have that right? You know, Ronald Reagan has his special interests, the big defense contractors. The wealthy corporations have been his special interest. Nobody ever said those were special interests. So maybe we ought to redefine what we're talking about. Now, let me go one step further. You talked about food prices going up. You know, there's 2 cents of wheat in a box of Wheaties. There's 3 cents of corn in a box of cornflakes. If we could find a way to give farmers a fair price for their product, which is all my bill does, it wouldn't cost consumers that much more. So I think we've got to define policies that are good for the people of this country. And what I've tried to do is to say what will keep this country out of decline, what will move us in a positive direction. And I've tried to say that everywhere in the country. That's why I've gone to New Hampshire and talked about an oil import fee. It wasn't popular there. Governor Dukakis pointed out that the people of New Hampshire didn't like that. I guess I lost some votes in New Hampshire because of it, but I believe in it strongly. It's good for the whole country. It's good for consumers in the whole country. If we don't have a long-term energy policy, we're never going to get this economy moving. So I think those are the kinds of things we got to do.
But let's get back to the politics of it for just a minute, because one of the things that your critics said there was that in making these kinds of appeals, that it was sort of part of a pattern through your career in which you have tailored your views to constituencies and to elections and to prevailing winds. For example, you were one of the early supporters of tax reform. But when tax reform got into trouble in the House of Representatives, suddenly you got more interested in trade legislation, and you weren't as interested in tax reform. How can the American people be sure that what you're interested in this year, you'll still be interested in next
Carl,
year?
You got your facts wrong. Carl, you got your facts wrong. I led the fight for tax reform in the committee and on the floor. I helped write the bill with Bill Bradley, and I'm very proud of what I did. And we took on the special interests, if you want to talk about special interests, who were all lined up outside the committee room and outside the floor when we voted on the bill, and we won that fight. We did the same thing on trade. We've done the same thing on the farm bill. So I've stood up for what I believe in. Now, you know, there's a lot of people that don't want my trade policy. They're against it. They fight it every day. There's an editorial a day against what I want to do on trade. If you think it's so popular, there's a lot of people that don't want my farm policy, and a lot of farmers in Iowa didn't want what I wanted on farm policy. So I think we got to stand up for what we believe in. That's what I've tried to do, to try to get this economy to move in the right direction. And we can't be cowed by the special interests that don't want what we want.
Paul, I'm sorry, we've got to give everybody else a turn. Governor Dukakis, is Mr. Gephardt pandering to special interests?
Well,
I'll come to you next, Senator. Sorry.
You know, we've all got to make that judgment. We all have to defend our record. I think we were all a little surprised when Dick last Friday stood up and said he was proud to vote for the Reagan tax bill in 1981 after we had heard him all over Iowa say that he was against it and only voted for it as a last resort and really wanted something else. And look, he's got to defend his record. We have to defend ours. But I think the important thing, Roger, is to come back to what I said earlier, and many of us have said. The Democratic Party cannot be a collection of constituencies, and I think that's been part of our problem. We've got to nominate somebody who can speak to the entire country, north, south, east, or west, who can reach out and talk to the American people about the things that they care about good jobs and good schools and a clean environment, and some decent and affordable housing for our people and young families that can buy a home, and decent health care. 40 million Americans without any health insurance whatsoever. What are we going to do about it? And a strong foreign policy that reflects our values. Now, that's what the Democratic Party has to speak to in this country. And if we do, and if we nominate somebody that can take that message across this country, we're going to win this election, and we're going to provide this country with some strong and impressive and effective leadership.
Senator Gore?
Okay, first of all, now that Bruce Babbitt is out of the race, I can say I'm the only candidate who is willing to stand up and oppose this Harkin-Gephardt farm bill, which would in fact raise food prices, and it wouldn't save money on farm programs. The University of Missouri, Iowa State, both and others have said it will raise the cost of farm programs, and most serious of all, it will cause us to lose our export market. So, Bruce, if you're watching, great campaign, my friend. Now, let me come to this, wait a minute, now let me come to the main thing, because standing up to pressure is something the next president is going to have to do. And I'm going to lay it on the line here, Dick. Now, look, you voted against the minimum wage every time you had a chance to in the Congress. If you had your vote, it would still be $2.30 an hour. Now you say you're for it. You voted against the Department of Education. Now you say you're for it. You voted for tuition tax credits. Now you say you're against it. You voted for Reaganomics. Now you say, well, where are you this week on Reaganomics? I'm not sure. Even on the subject that's probably the most difficult issue in this entire campaign, the subject of abortion, where everybody here has given it a lot of thought. It's a difficult issue. I don't know why you did a 180-degree reversal on that issue, but the fact is you did. And the next president of the United States has to be someone the American people can believe will stay with his convictions, and if pressure comes from Gorbachev, from domestic interest groups, from wherever the pressure comes, you got to be willing to stand your ground and be consistent.
Reverend Jackson. Reverend Jackson.
Briefly, sir.
2 points. One of the points that Senator Hollins made on one occasion was about the cross-eyed archer would pull back and fire the arrow, didn't know which way it was going. I don't want us to keep on shooting past the point. If I were looking at that television tonight in the South, there are 13 million Southerners without any insurance tonight. We must have a message for them. Nearly half of the nation's poor children live in the South. More than half of the nation's hazardous waste dumps are in the South. We had all the drama in the South about a new day of social justice and good relationships racially. In the main, we've achieved that. But now, what about the family in McAllen, Texas, cutting broccoli for $2 an hour? Children should be in school, child labor laws violated, cutting broccoli without an outdoor toilet, having to relieve their bodies in the open field, and no safety and health laws being enforced, no comparable worth for that woman, and no National Labor Relations Board enforcing its role. I want to make sure that we keep on focusing on the grass down so low the goats can get it. Let's keep focusing on what will make life better. We'll just end up with more cameras, more poles, more riders, and shoot right past the South looking at Washington. We're in the South. Let's talk grits and gravy talk.
Senator Hart. Senator Hart.
Well, I think Mr. Lubsdorff puts his finger on a serious problem, and I don't think it's Dick Gephardt's problem. I think it's the party's problem. You recall the dispute that went on in our party in '84, and this 4 years ago today was between essentially myself and Vice President Mondale over the question of what our party is. Are we a collection of interest groups and constituency groups, or do we have a national agenda? And I've been delighted to hear many of my colleagues here using phrases like the national interest and other things that I have been talking about for a long time. I take that as a form of flattery, but our party does in fact have to have a national agenda, and it can't be vague generalities, and it can't be wish lists and rhetoric. It has to be specific policies. Now, I've been criticized for staying in this race after 2 poor performances, but I'm not going to get out, because I'm here because of conviction, as I was in '84, and I'm going to keep talking about those issues of economic restructuring and military reform and a new foreign policy.
Our final round of questions. Final round of questions is directed to Governor Dukakis. The subject is energy, and Paul Burka is the questioner.
Mr. Dukakis, American oil imports have risen by 47% in the last 2 years. Do you consider this a problem, and how would you reduce American dependence on foreign oil?
I consider it a problem, Paul, and I have a national energy policy which we desperately need, as we've all said, and we haven't had for 7 years, which is going to do something about it. For one thing, there are many, many ways to reduce our dependency on foreign oil, and we ought to be using all of them. You have here in Texas and the Southwest somewhere between 150 and 200 years supply of natural gas. We need that natural gas in the Northeast. We want it. It's clean, it's efficient. We can generate electricity. We want it.
Well, your state government is in Washington right now saying you don't want it. You want Canadian gas.
On the contrary.
I talked to your public utility commissioner today.
On the contrary, I met with about a dozen representatives of the national gas industry a couple of weeks ago in my office in Boston, a number of them from Texas. They have gas, and we want it. We want to use it to generate clean, efficient electric energy, which will be a lot cheaper than some of the energy that we have. It doesn't create acid rain. All we need is a president and a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that'll give those approvals for expanded pipeline capacity, get that gas from the Southwest up to the Northeast, and give us an opportunity to get that electric energy that we need for a growing and expanding economy. Well, I think we, well, let me finish. We have 300 years worth of coal, and we now have the technology to clean that, to burn that coal cleanly, and we should do so. We have 5 billion bushels of corn sitting out there that we paid for. It can be turned into ethanol, mixed with gasoline, and help to clean up our air in dozens and dozens of metropolitan areas. We have photovoltaic technology, cells that can take the sun and turn it into energy. We should be investing modest amounts in the technology of photovoltaics. We have an expanding cogeneration industry, which takes waste heat and turns it into energy. There are all of these things that we should be doing simultaneously, providing we have a president who understands what a national energy policy is that can not only reduce our dependency on foreign oil, but can take advantage of resources right here at home.
Well, all of those things will help with electricity. What are we going to put in our automobiles? You have to have oil, and that's where we're in a situation where, what is your program, your energy program, have for incentives to increase domestic production?
Well, I think we can do a number of things. For one thing, we ought to be filling up that strategic reserve a lot faster than we are. For another, we ought to repeal the windfall profits tax, which I think is a hindrance to the drilling of new wells and the development of new oil and gas reserves. I think we can provide some targeted incentives, especially for small independent drillers who, particularly in times like this, need those kinds of incentives, and we do so at relatively little cost. I think we ought to be investing in enhanced oil recovery technology. Should be working with some of your university centers here in Texas to do that. There's an enormous amount of oil out there that's still out there, which we ought to be able to recover. These are all things which a solid, thoughtful national energy policy ought to be doing. The problem is we haven't had one. We've got an administration that doesn't believe in one, and as a result, we're sitting here missing an opportunity, I might add, Paul, missing an opportunity not to divide this country, but to unite it. And that's what the next president should do.
We've been hearing about these alternate sources for years, Governor. Isn't the real problem that they're very expensive? Where are we going to get the money for it?
On the contrary, at least in my part of the country, we've got an exploding energy market, and we've got people from Texas and Louisiana and Oklahoma and the Southwest that are very anxious to sell to us and we to buy from them. But it takes a president, it takes an administration working with the Congress that can give us that kind of policy. And I think this is a terrific opportunity to unite two regions of the country, which frankly, Paul, have been divided too long over these issues. You've got the resource, we need it. Let's put ourselves together and make it work for us.
Mr. Gephardt, why not be done with it and just put a penny a gallon gas tax on? It would raise, what, $1 billion for every penny?
Well, I think an oil import fee is a better way to do it because it gets the price of oil stabilized. While I'm on the subject, Al, I enjoyed your lecture on consistency, but you know, the oil import fee is a place where I think you've been inconsistent. You've voted against it every time. And now you say when you're in Texas, you say that you would consider it as a way to deal with the budget. So when you make a lecture on consistency, maybe you better look at your own record first. When you started this race, you decided you needed a Southern political strategy. So you decided that you'd better move to the right on defense and a lot of other issues. And lately you've been sounding more like Al Haig than Al Gore.
That line sounds more like Richard Nixon than Richard Gephardt.
But Al, the reason that you should have always been for an oil import fee is that it's a good energy policy for this country. And Mike, for the life of me, you've talked about giving incentives to oil drillers in order to get oil production going again in the United States. The only way we're going to get oil produced again, and the only way we're going to get alternative fuels, is if we have an oil import fee to stabilize the price of oil. It's the foundation of an oil policy. And the multinational oil companies are against it, because it is the only way we're ever going to get energy independence in this country.
Mr. Gephardt, may I interrupt? We have 1 minute before we have to end. I'm going to ask Senator Hart really to speak for 20 seconds, and then I'll have Mr. Jackson.
The country is headed towards folly. We have a Navy in the Persian Gulf. It was that prospect that 10 years ago led me to propose a $10 a barrel fee on oil, not for the budget, not for the oil drillers, not to pay for education, but to prevent the loss of young American lives in an unnecessary war in the Persian Gulf.
Mr. Jackson? This is the very end. Go ahead.
Of the whole program.
There are no closing statements. You have 20 seconds, sir.
Our challenge is to face the fact it doesn't make sense for us to be over-dependent on foreign energy in the Persian Gulf, with oil wells capped in Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. Let this generation make the judgment, stop drugs from flowing in, stop jobs from flowing out. Let's become energy dependent, and above all, let's salvage our children, our family farmers, and salvage our commitment to first-class education.
Senator Gore?
This is a fight for the future of the Democratic Party. It must be brought back to the common sense of Americans at the grassroots level. We need to promote economic growth, social justice, and a strong role for America in the world. I ask for your help to rekindle the spirit of America, restore this country to greatness, rebuild our economic strength, and build a future with hope.
Thank you all. If you remain after, they will give their closing statements when they go off the air, and I would like to thank all of you for being with us, and I thank our questioners for participating this evening, and a special thank you to the Student Program Council of the Southern Methodist University for its assistance with arrangements and volunteers. Tomorrow night, we'll be back with the candidates for the Republican presidential nomination. On behalf of the organizers, the Dallas Morning News, the Texas Monthly, and KERA, thank you for joining us. Good night.
This program is made possible by Southwestern Bell Foundation, MCI, offering a global highway for voice and data services around the corner or around the world. MCI, communications for the next 100 years. And Herbst Celanese, where quality counts in chemicals, fibers and film, advanced materials, and the life sciences. With additional funding provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. For a copy of tonight's debate, please send a check for $22.95 to Texas Debates, P.O. Box 13, Dallas, Texas 75221. Please indicate whether you prefer the Democratic or Republican debate. For your free copy of Challenge to the Candidates, a booklet summarizing the critical issues of the Super Tuesday primary, write to Challenge, Seeker, P.O. Box 50008, Columbia, South Carolina, 29250.
It's time to think again. Support Georgia Public Television.
This program is made possible by Southwestern Bell Foundation, MCI, offering a global highway for voice and data services around the corner or around the world. MCI, communications for the next 100 years. And Herbst Celanese, where quality counts in chemicals, fibers and film, advanced materials, and the life sciences. With additional funding provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. From McFarland Auditorium on the campus of Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. The first broadcast debates of the Super Tuesday presidential primary campaign. Tonight, the Republicans. Your host, Roger Mudd.
Good evening and welcome to part 2 of the Texas debates. They are organized by the Dallas Morning News, Texas Monthly, and public television station KERA in Dallas. They are also being broadcast by PBS and American Public Radio and transmitted to nearly 600 colleges and universities by the College Satellite Network. Last night we heard from the 5 leading Democratic candidates for the presidential nomination. Tonight we have 2 of the 4 leading Republican candidates in what must be the first televised debate in which the questioners outnumber the candidates. The 2 candidates with us tonight are Vice President George Bush of Texas, and Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Maine. And Congressman Jack Kemp of New York. Senator Robert Dole of Kansas decided not to participate in tonight's debate because he said debate tickets had been distributed unfairly. Pat Robertson, after conferring with Senator Dole, also decided to drop out, claiming that some of our questions, Mr. Robertson claimed that some of our questions had been leaked to the Vice President. On behalf of the questioners, I would like to say that that is not true. The questions were written only this afternoon. The organizers of the debate, of course, regret their absence, but repeat that each candidate was given 60 tickets to this debate, no more and no less. That said, this promises to be a very interesting evening because March 8th, Super Tuesday, is less than 2 weeks away. On that day, 14 southern and border states will hold presidential primary elections, and they will elect 30% of the delegates to the national conventions. We will now begin our questioning. Before we introduce our panel, I would like to introduce first Mayor Andrew Young of Atlanta. Mr. Young, of course, is a former U.S. Congressman, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. Also on the panel this evening is Martin Anderson, a former economic and domestic policy advisor to President Reagan. Mayor Young and Mr. Anderson will question our 2 candidates about subjects on national security and national defense. But before we begin the formal round of questions, I have one question to put first to Mr. Bush and then to Mr. Kemp. What do you make of the decision by Mr. Dole and Mr. Robertson not to attend tonight's debate?
I think they made a big mistake. I think that the institutions that are sponsoring this debate have reputations for total integrity, and I'm disappointed they're not here. But this is a good opportunity for me and for Jack Kemp to get our views out. Super Tuesday, March 8th, vitally important. So I'm glad I'm here.
Mr. Kemp?
Well, Roger, I'm glad to see the race coming down to a 2-man race. I see an old football buddy of mine out in the audience, Roger Staubach, and I know he played a lot of stadiums that he didn't particularly appreciate the fan response. And I have played in a lot of stadiums that I didn't particularly appreciate the response. But I tell you one thing, if you're competitive, you play where the action is. And this is where the action is in Dallas, and I'm glad to be here.
We will now begin our first round of formal questioning. The question is for Mr. Kemp. The subject is South Africa. The questioner is Andrew Young.
Congressman Kemp, Governor Deukmejian of California has suggested that perhaps constructive engagement has been tried and not produced adequate results in South Africa. I'd like to know what you would propose as President of the United States in relationship to South Africa and her neighbors.
Well, Andy, it's clear that our country must go beyond constructive engagement. But clearly we want to bring down apartheid and make a conversion to a multiracial democracy with minority rights in South Africa without turning South Africa over to a Marxist state, which is what happened in Mozambique, Angola, and Zimbabwe. It seems to me that we should use the same moral climate that was established at Camp David when President Carter helped bring Sadat and Begin together to work out a process by which there could be peace between Israel and Egypt, and I would suggest that the next president, going beyond constructive engagement, should be more active in bringing black and colored and white together in South Africa to make the conversion, bring down apartheid, but move towards a multiracial democracy with minority rights and make sure it does not end up in a worse state than it is today, letting the Soviet Union control South Africa. That would be a disaster for South Africa, it would be a disaster for black, and it would certainly be a disaster for the West.
Could I comment on that?
Do you think we should have different standards by which we judge the conduct of countries that are our friends and countries that are our enemies?
Is that question for me, Marty?
Yeah.
I think we should recognize in this world that we need to promote democracy on all continents. We cannot police the world, but certainly we can hold up that standard to which all men and women of goodwill aspire. So it seems to me that we need to, as we have in the Philippines, South Korea, El Salvador, many of the Latin countries today are living under democracies, but we should definitely, it seems to me, support those men and women who are struggling to fight for freedom in our hemisphere, whether it's Nicaragua or in Afghanistan or Angola or Cambodia. I believe in the Reagan doctrine, and if I were president, I would actively support those men and women who are fighting for freedom in our hemisphere and around the world.
Mr. Bush. Mr. Kemp indicated that the next president should take more action than has been taken before. That implies a criticism of your administration on Mr. Reagan's administration. What's your answer to that?
More action on what?
On South Africa.
I think, first place, let's define the problem: apartheid, immoral, wrong. Secondly, if we are successful in the policy as it relates to Angola and Namibia, this will be a very good thing in terms of South Africa. It's complicated, but there is a relationship there. And what we have been trying to do, and I salute Chester Crawford for this, is to get the Cuban forces out of Angola, have the South African forces pull back from Angola back into South Africa, and to have the UN resolutions fully implemented as far as Namibia goes. Secondly, what I'd like to see us do is to encourage, with the limited purchase we still have with South Africa, the freeing of Nelson Mandela. I'm sorry that Mandela is not willing to do what Dr. Martin Luther King did and accept the nonviolent role. He hasn't done that. And indeed, he seems unwilling to do it. But I still think that it is very important that he be released from jail, and that you get Mr. Buthelezi, the chief of the Zulus, and you get him and Mandela and others into a state of negotiation with the South Africans. This isn't something where we can flick a finger. We have less influence in South Africa today, I think, and I recognize I'm talking to an expert on it, than we did before American businesses started pulling out. I'll give you an example. I have a friend in Texas who was in the shipbuilding, building platforms, and mainly as it related to the offshore business. And they employed a good many black workers there. As soon as they pulled out that business, the shipyard reverted to its pre-Sullivan Principle Day designs, and the people that we were trying to help slipped back into a much less much less productive mode. And so it is complicated, but it has got to be negotiation between these parties, and we have to use our moral pressure on South Africa. I regret to tell you, I don't think the sanctions have been productive at all. I think they've lost influence for the United States, and the reason is the frontline countries, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and others, simply cannot afford to do. That's what they're urging the rest of us to do, put on sanctions. And so you have a great big piece of Swiss cheese with lots of holes there.
Mr. Kemp, any response to that before we move on?
Well, the problem is that there are, as the Vice President pointed out, a lot of Cuban troops in Africa. And I think, with all due respect to Chester Crocker, our country should be giving more consistent support for those people who are fighting for freedom in Angola. And I am concerned, George, that clearly the State Department is about ready to make a deal in Angola, not unlike what they might do in Afghanistan, and shut off assistance to the people who are fighting for freedom before there is a total withdrawal either of Cuban troops from Angola or Soviet troops from Afghanistan. So I think we've got to make sure that the Reagan doctrine succeeds by keeping up the support for those freedom fighters until the Soviet and Cuban troops are totally out of Africa and Afghanistan.
Our second round of questioning is directed to Mr. Bush. The subject is nuclear defense, and Martin Anderson has the question.
Yes. Mr. Vice President, today, if even a single Soviet nuclear missile were fired by accident at the United States, there's nothing we could do about it. A few weeks ago, Senator Sam Nunn, Democrat from Georgia, proposed that we consider building a limited missile defense system as insurance. Given that this technology was tested back in 1984, could you tell us why the Reagan administration has not yet started to build such an insurance missile defense? And two, if you become president, would you build one?
I'd build one if the SDI research ended up suggesting that we could have a sound, perfected defense. We're not there yet, and the reason it hasn't happened is because the president is correct when he feels that premature deployment of something that isn't totally effective would do nothing but cause the Soviets to break out of the ABM treaty and overwhelm what we've got. And if you want to sit down, Marty, and talk to the Joint Chiefs, I recommend that. These are the people in whom I put great faith, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they will tell you that we have much more to lose by doing that than we would by the gain from a partial deployment. So that's the reason that the president has taken the position he has, and I support him, and I strongly support the SDI research. But you say they have no, if a missile is fired at us, that's true. But the reason we've kept the peace for 40 years in the nuclear age is because of another doctrine, which I'd like to see changed, and would like to work towards a change, mutual assured destruction. That's what's kept the peace.
Well, let me just follow up. In fact, I have talked to some of the generals about this, and including the manager, the fellow that builds these missiles at Lockheed, which is about 10 miles from where I live. And what we're talking about is a limited missile defense system. This is one which the technology has been proven, was tested by the Army in 1984. It's called for in the ABM Treaty, which provides that both countries shall have up to 100 interceptor missiles. And the Soviet Union has already built their system, and it's working. And that's why I don't understand why we haven't built ours.
Because we're working on a program that would hopefully lead to an impenetrable shield. And so why shift the doctrine while you're in the midst of that research program?
Because in the meantime, if there were an accidental launch, we could not prevent the annihilation of an American city.
Well, I'm not sure you could prevent the annihilation of American city by any system that I've heard of so far.
Mr. Young, do you have a follow-up? Oh, we can move on to Mr. Kemp then.
Well, I'd like to comment on the answer that the Vice President gave, Roger, which I think is flawed from the standpoint that the Soviets have already broken out of the ABM Treaty. They have developed a phased array radar system at Krasnoyarsk, which is a violation of ABM. The United States Congress voted overwhelmingly to condemn the Soviet Union's violation of ABM. In fact, I think it was with unanimity. Thirdly, the ABM Treaty is now holding the United States back from developing the early deployment of a strategic defense, not only, Marty, against an accidental nuclear launch or that of a terrorist, but the tremendous buildup of the Soviet first strike capability. And I strongly differ with the Vice President on this issue. I believe that this president or the next president, upon taking the oath of office, should immediately begin the phased early development and deployment of a strategic defense. We could put 100 interceptors right now at Grand Forks, North Dakota, that would cover part of the North American continent. And it's clear that the Soviet Union not only has violated ABM, they have begun to build their own ABM and strategic defense system in the Soviet Union. And I fear that the next president would be caught in a position in which the Soviet Union would have both first strike capability as well as strategic defense. That would leave the next president with no option at all with which to defend the American people, Europe, or Israel, and vital allies. So I would pledge tonight that if I were president, I would research, test, develop, and build a strategic defense for the United States of America and our allies in Europe.
It's not quite that simple, Jack. The president has thought this out very carefully. We are in the process of achieving something that I think the world wants, and that is an intermediate nuclear force treaty. You aren't for that. I am strongly for it. I remember taking the case to Europe in 1983, facing down the peace movement so that we could get the Europeans to do the deployment that was necessary to bring the Soviets to the table. So we have now got asymmetrical reductions in this INF treaty. They're taking out 1,600 and we're taking out 400. Now, we also have another arms control program that I think is good, trying to cut the strategic missiles in half. I think that's good arms control. I think it is good national security. I'm proud to be working with a president that has that concept. So there's another reason that the president has been unwilling to go for premature deployment. In addition to having the Joint Chiefs advise him that the Soviets would overwhelm and break out of the ABM treaty much more than this Krasny-S radar thing, and they're knowledgeable on this, each one of these Joint Chiefs, and that is that they do not want to disrupt what we think is a sound, strong, keep America strong, negotiate from strength policy that has led to one agreement and might well, if we're lucky, lead to another. I want to reach out for peace, and I'm sorry, I think it is good to be doing that. And so does the President of the United States.
Roger. Please. George, you have now mentioned in the last two debates reaching out for peace or giving peace a chance.
Exactly.
You have yet to mention how important it is that this country stand for something beyond just peace. We are a country that respects and regards freedom and independence and democracy. And I want to ask you a question. You keep mentioning President Reagan. I'm a strong supporter of President Reagan.
Then why don't you support the INF treaty?
Well, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
March 12, 1987, Ronald Reagan, our president, said that any agreement with the Soviet Union should be predicated upon their compliance with previous arms control treaties. Question, are you confident that the Soviet Union, which is violating SALT I, SALT II, ABM, Helsinki, and Yalta, are you confident that they are in compliance with all previous treaties?
No, I'm not. But I am confident that this INF treaty is in the national security interest of the United States. I am confident it is in the national security interest of the alliance. It has the overwhelming support of the American people. And I'm not embarrassed to say that I'd like to see a more peaceful world. Jack, I fought for my country in combat.
Sure you did.
I was in combat. I've been there. And you don't know what it is like until you've seen your fellow man drop dead.
I don't need a lecture.
You need to understand the perspective of one who has fought for his country. And I am going to work for peace by keeping this country strong. And this president has done it, and I'd be better to follow on because I understand what the world is really not some theory.
I will take a...
Will you do a brief comment and then we'll move on, please? Thank you. Mr. Kemp has the last word on this subject.
We are a country that wants peace with democracy, not peace in our times. And it was Jim Wright who talked about peace, give peace a chance. I think our country and this nation should be supporting the cause of peace with democracy and peace with freedom and moving quickly to defend this country against the possibility of a strategic
the
attack.
president's not doing that?
I asked him.
Sorry, I disagree
well, you,
with you.
All right,
you disagree with
the last round of
previous
questions,
statement by Ronald Reagan.
The last round of questions to Mr. Bush and Mr. Kemp in this first part is from Andrew Young. The subject is the homeless, and it goes to Mr. Bush.
We have experienced enormous economic growth in our city. In fact, if there's any place where your supply-side theories and Reaganomics have worked, it's Atlanta.
Those were my theories.
But the problem we have is that more and more we see also a growing problem of homelessness, some 6,000 to 10,000. And I think that's nationwide, and I'd like for you to address that question for us.
Fortunately, we've taken some steps in the federal government. $390, $400 million just to address itself to the homeless problem and working with cities. It's not a federal, total federal responsibility. It's got to work in concert with the private sector, with the cities, who I think some of them are doing a fantastic job, and with the states. We have $10 billion in block grants, some of which apply, particularly to the mentally ill. And so, Andy, there is no simple answer to it. We're talking about trying to get this budget deficit down. I'm one who is concerned about budget deficits, I might add, and I don't think that we're able to just throw much, much more money at it. So it's going to take innovative responses, using the cities, using the states, and the federal money that we have been able to provide, which is $400 million. There's a little, I'll tell you, there is one hopeful thing that's kind of an emergency thing, but in the defense bill, there's some provision that these excess facilities, some of the barracks that aren't fully utilized, can be used to help the homeless. And so I think that we just have to keep plugging away at the problem, and I'm proud that we have been able, with the help of Congress, to make some funds available to solve it.
Mr. Kemp?
Well, I would just say that we need an all-out national, state, and local, public and private effort to make sure that no one in this nation goes without shelter, that no one goes without basic necessities, that no one falls through the cracks of our safety net, that no one goes without food and shelter. So it seems to me, Andy, that the federal government does have an obligation, along with states and local communities. One thing we've got to think about is how we can encourage more housing in our country and the rehabilitation of housing. And you know, as a big city mayor and an outstanding one, how important it is to end the type of controls on rents that have caused the loss of rehabilitated apartments, not only in some parts of the country, but particularly my home state and in New York City. So I would say there has to be a commitment to more public concern for the homeless, but there also has to be private initiatives. We need lower interest rates, more housing, and I want to suggest that there should be decontrol of rents, which will encourage people who own property to go back and rehabilitate that property. That has to be done in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Young, Mayor Young, and Mr. Anderson. Now we're going to change our focus slightly, and we're going to call on two questioners who will talk about issues that are of particular importance in the upcoming Super Tuesday primary. They are Carl Lubsdorf, Washington Bureau Chief for the Dallas Morning News, and Paul Burka, Executive Editor of Texas Monthly. The first question goes to Mr. Kemp. The subject is Republican presidential politics, and the question is from Mr. Burka.
Mr. Kemp, if Bob Dole and Pat Robertson were here tonight, what is the major issue on which you would disagree with each of them?
Well, it should be pretty clear from the debate so far that my opposition to Bob Dole's 5 major tax increases in the last 6 years is one issue of division between us. He has suggested that while he wants to bring down the deficit, as we all do, that it is of such magnitude that he would consider freezing Social Security, he would consider an oil import tax, he would consider giving the American people what he calls, quote-unquote, bitter medicine. I think the American people have had enough bitter medicine. I think they need more relief. I don't think we ought to... I don't believe the American people are undertaxed. I don't believe that Social Security recipients are causing the deficit, and I think we should find an answer to the deficit that includes a lid on spending and a line item veto, which most of us support in one degree or another, but clearly talks about reducing the capital gains tax to encourage more small business formations and new jobs, and I would stabilize the dollar. I believe with all my heart that this country has missed a great opportunity in the last 15 years to give us what we desperately need, a standard for the conduct of our money that would lower interest rates to the normal level of 3 or 4% in long-term markets, which would reduce deficit costs by $80 or $70 billion a year. With regard to Pat Robertson, he has the view that stabilizing the dollar, in fact, he's attacked me in Iowa and in New Hampshire, and I'm sure probably in Minnesota and South Carolina, for my views that we need a dollar that is honest and moral, as good as gold. He said it would cause a depression. You know, Pat, where is your understanding of the economy if you think that stabilizing our dollar and bringing interest rates down would cause a depression? We need a stable dollar. We need a foundation for the moral precepts upon which America was founded, those Judeo-Christian values, and I give a lot of respect to Pat for that, but I take a backseat to no one, including Pat Robertson, in my belief that this country and our party should have a conservative lodestar, but should reach out far beyond just evangelical Christians to Jew and Catholic and black and white, and I believe I could do that better.
Mr. Kemp, do you think that there's an alliance in this campaign now between Mr. Dole and Mr. Robertson? And if so, what are the implications of that?
I would be shocked, Carl, if I were to find that there's an alliance between Bob Dole and Pat Robertson.
So you don't think there's a tandem operation going that, for example, Mr. Robertson runs in South Carolina and Mr. Dole runs in Florida, and they're both trying to stop Mr. Bush and
Well, not only would I be shocked, I would be deeply disappointed that Bob and Pat would be entering that type of a alliance.
But when we came over here tonight, Mr. Bush, they told us we were going to see the ticket tonight. Is this the ticket? You can answer any question you want to. Go ahead.
Roger, I don't think George Bush wants to serve another 8 years.
If I could address myself to the question that you asked, I think the big question is who's to lead the country, who's had the experience and the background, what I call presidential leadership. And I think it is different than being a member of Congress. I was in Congress, represented the state of Texas in Congress. So my difference with the other two would be based on establishing who has had the experience and the breadth of contacts, particularly when it comes to the foremost responsibility of a president, the national security of this country, to lead. And therein would be the main difference that I would try to develop with the others. I don't frankly feel comfortable talking about them when they're not here, but I made the case, and I think convincingly, to the voters of New Hampshire and Michigan and other Michigan won voters, a political thing, which we won, but I think we're doing well with delegates because I think people perceive that they want experienced leadership. And I think that would be the main area that if we were here, I would try to develop different. I've got some of the same differences with them that Jack mentioned on holding the line on taxes and on. I'm supporting a freeze that's a 4-year freeze. It's not easy, but it gives the president flexibility, whereas Bob Dole has a different approach to a freeze. So we've got some specifics, but I think the broad question that the American voters are sorting out, who best to lead this country? Who has had the maturity and the experience to do that? And I think, and I'm very pleased with the way it's going.
The next round of questions is to Mr. Bush. The subject is education, and the question is from Carl Lubsdorff.
Mr. Bush, you have said that you want to be the education president, and yet for the last 7 years you have been the self-styled co-pilot of an administration that, at least until recently, has cut a number of federal education programs, student loans and things like that. What did you do in President Reagan's first term to try to prevent that?
Work closely with him and with the Secretary of Education in putting the emphasis on values, putting the emphasis on quality in education. You see, Carl, your question hypothecates for me that you think the answer to education is strictly how much money is spent, that you measure it by how much money is spent. I think we are going to have to spend a little more on what I call a college savings bond that gives people that are just married, they save the money, they get a break on the interest, and then when their kids get to be 18, they'll have the money there to educate them. I am in for the Pell Grants and student loans and work programs. And I think you'll see in this budget, it's reflected in there in this Reagan budget. But don't make the mistake of assuming that it's the federal government that's got to solve all this. What I'm talking about the education president is to use the White House as the bully pulpit to encourage excellence. 93% of the funding for education is state, local, private, church, whatever. And that's good, because we don't want to control the curriculum from Washington, D.C. We don't want to tell the teachers what they have to teach. So a lot of it is encouraging excellence through various demonstration programs, calling in a school superintendent and say, you have done wonders out there, and here's an example for the rest of the country. Lamar Alexander did this in Tennessee, and he did it beautifully.
Are you basically saying that you are in accord with the cutbacks, even though now you think there should be more spending?
We have increased this year the budget for education is going up, which I think is good. Listen, the number one fiscal problem facing this country is the federal deficit. And I want to get it down, not by raising taxes, but by doing a better job on spending. And we had to make some very tough decisions in this administration. But the quality of education, fortunately, is going up. And I think a lot of that is because the way this administration, me a part of it, has put some emphasis on things. My wife's sitting out here. She spends a great deal of her time going around this country trying to make America a more literate nation. It's a crime that 13% of the 17-year-olds are functionally illiterate. And that doesn't cost the government a dime for her to do that. And I think if people like that all over the country rally around excellence and making this nation literate, we can succeed. It doesn't have to be throwing more federal money at everything.
One more point. You mentioned that savings bond proposal, which is in the new budget. Isn't that really, in part, another tax break for middle and upper income people? Because don't you have to have the money in order to save it?
Well, you have to have some money to save it, absolutely. But I think rich people are going to find a little better ways to make savings than putting in something of that nature. So I don't think it's a savings gimmick for the rich, as some people allege. I think it's a good thing for lower and middle income families because it piles up if that interest is tax-free.
Mr. Kemp, do you have comments on the issue of education?
Yeah, I heard Secretary of Education Bill Bennett the other day at the Southern Regional Republican Leadership Conference in, I think, New Orleans, make a statement that I appreciated as a father and as a father of a public school teaching daughter. He said the first Department of Health, Education, and Welfare in America is the family. And it is absolutely essential that if we're to have strong schools, both public and private, we've got to do what we possibly can at every level of government to make sure that the family survives, that the family is strong, that the family keeps control over education. And I know that we are spending about $310 billion a year on education at the federal, state, and local level. As important as that is, ultimately, teachers, principals, mothers and fathers involved in education, the chance to choose between public and private with tuition tax credits or things like magnet schools. I was the co-sponsor of the Emergency School Aid Act, which has been picked up by the Reagan administration and Secretary Bennett. We're going to spend well over $125 or $150 million using federal funds to encourage inner-city school districts to provide choice for parents. And I know in my hometown of Buffalo, New York, Roger, parents are literally taking their children out of private schools and putting them back into the public schools because the curricula of the schools have been designed around traditional education or math science or vocational, and that type of choice is essential. So we need accountability. We need back to the basics. We need to teach children what it means to grow up in a free society, not only freedom of economic or freedom of political choice, but also freedom of conscience, freedom of religion. Our children are growing up in America without understanding that this is a society predicated upon Judeo-Christian values, and if we don't teach our children what those values are, our society is not long for this earth. So I would hope that we would have that type of a commitment to values.
Our next round of questioning goes to Mr. Kemp. The subject is privatization, and the question comes from Carl Lupdorf.
Mr. Kemp, as you know, in this current administration, there has been a great effort to try to find aspects of the federal government that can be turned over to private enterprise. And recently, President Reagan made a new proposal in the space field to encourage more commercial development there. How far do you think we should go in privatizing the space program?
Well, first let me acknowledge the fact that we need a very strong space program, Carl. It's a shame that there is rapidly approaching a space gap between the United States and the Soviet Union. A Russian cosmonaut came down recently from 324 or 25 days on their space station, and we have not been able to put that space station in space, and it is a serious problem for the United States, not only in the field of the defense of our country or in the space frontier that was acknowledged by President Kennedy to be the next great and the ultimate frontier, but it also has industrial and medical applications as well. So we need to do both publicly and privately. What has not been done in recent years is to get our space program back on track, and I would suggest that President Reagan is right to talk about some privatization in space, but ultimately this is a responsibility of the federal government to give us the type of space shuttle, space station, the lunar program, and a program that will take a man or woman to Mars. I am a strong believer in the space program, and I would suggest that President Reagan needs to have a budget that reflects the commitment of this country to being first in space, not second.
There are several other parts of the federal government in which there have been proposals from time to time to privatize. For example, one of the most areas where there's been most problems is the Postal Service. Would you favor privatizing the Postal Service?
No, I wouldn't favor privatizing the Postal Service. I know some of my friends on the libertarian right for years have wanted to privatize the Postal Service, privatize Social Security. I think that's a mistake. I think there are certain things in our society, and I say this as a good free enterprise conservative, that the government should provide as a service, and I think Social Security is working. It's not adding to the deficit, and I disagree with Pat Robertson, who has talked about privatizing it, and I disagree with Bob for wanting to freeze it. But I would privatize more housing. I'd privatize Conrail and Amtrak. I would privatize some of the huge ownership of public lands that this country has. And I think it is important to encourage entrepreneurial-minded men and women to get into those areas of the private sector that can unleash the talent not only of our country in rural areas, but also in the inner cities. And I'm proud to have authored the major bill to privatize about $14 million of public housing that would give low-income inner-city residents of public housing a chance to buy their apartment or their home at about 20% of the market rate. And I think that is one way of empowering the poor and giving them more control over their own destiny.
Mr. Bush, do you think private enterprise could do a better job delivering the mail in the post office?
I think it already is showing it can in some aspects of it. We've seen a big growth in privatization in the mail system. I don't want to turn the post office over to private industry, but I don't want to preclude private industry from moving in on certain parts of it. You have overnight mail service now on some private carriers. It's very, very reliable. People are willing to pay the price, and public service is not being hurt by this kind of privatization. And so I support that. And I think we can see more and more of that while still keeping the concept of public service, servicing the public, I should say, that comes from a mail service that we have. But there are many examples of where these new overnight delivery services are doing a first-class job. They are making money, and it is not costing the government a dime. So yes, I'm in favor of that.
What about the federal prison system?
There's some moves there that we ought to take a hard look at all of this as we go into the 90s, where you can sign out on contract some of the care of the prisons. I mean, we're just on the cutting edge of privatization, it seems to me. And I think there's much more we can do to privatize. You mentioned a good one there.
The next round of questioning goes to Mr. Bush. The subject is reducing the deficit, and the question comes from Paul Burke.
Mr. Vice President, you want to increase spending on education, you want to increase spending on defense, you want to increase spending on the environment, you don't want to raise taxes, in some cases you want to cut, and you promise that you're going to balance the budget. Are we really supposed to believe this after the broken promises of the Reagan administration?
First place, many promises of the Reagan administration have succeeded beyond our fondest beliefs. You know, I remember what the interest rates were, Paul, 10 days before I took the oath of office, 21.5%. I remember double-digit inflation wiping out every family in America. Those that were talking about I remember unemployment going the wrong way, and I take great pride in working with the president where we have unemployment going the right way now, and you have more Americans at work than at any time in the history of this country, and you have a greater percentage of the workforce. So the one remaining problem is the deficit. And my proposal is that we put on a 4-year freeze. And it's tough, because you got a lot of different programs here where you need to add a little here or there. 4-year freeze on spending. And you can allow for inflation, and if the calculations are right, and we continue to grow reasonable rates, 2.8%, this budget will be in balance without touching taxes in 4 years. And the reason it works that way is because you look at what's happened now. We've cut taxes, and revenues are up by 25%. I have campaigned in almost 50 states, and nobody has come up to me and said, hey, raise my taxes, will you? They haven't done that. They said control spending. And so when you say, I say cut taxes, yes, the capital gains cut will raise $5 billion in new revenue. And I support it now, just as I supported it in 1978. And that gives you some money to use. So there's going to have to be an adjustment. Where I differ with Bob Dole on, he wants an across-the-board freeze. I want the bottom line frozen, but a leadership freeze so the president can make adjustments for age research or for a college savings bond in education, and then get the spending cut like I suggested when it comes to what the Congress did on our clean water bill, our highway bill, our housing bill. They went over I'll give you an example. Clean water. We sent a bill up at $8 billion, and we are for clean water. And the Congress made it 20 and overrode the president's veto. Highways, we're for good highways. We sent a bill up at $78 billion. Congress said, oh no, make it $88 billion. Sent a housing bill at $12 billion. Congress made it $15.5 billion. So you've got to hold the line there, and that's why I want that line item veto. That's where you get the money. See, I think the line item... Right.
Of course, the vetoes were overridden with Republican votes.
Yes.
And you did raise taxes. You lowered individual taxes, but didn't you also raise taxes, one of the largest tax increases in history, a $99 billion tax increase? And there were tax increases when there was supposed to be none. I still don't see how the spending freeze, when you're going to be increasing these other areas of defense, where are you going to cut? Where are the cuts
I gave
going
you
to
some
come?
examples. I gave you some good examples right there that add up to an awful lot of money. And it's not easy. I'm not suggesting it's easy. And you're going to need to take the case to the American people. The beautiful thing about our system is that if I take this case convincingly to the people for the line item veto, which would be flowing power the opposite direction from the way it's been flowing. It's been flowing from the executive to Congress, and they have been doing a very bad job of it. And so what I want to do is take the case to the American people and get the line item veto, and then I think they'll act. I think the people will act. And then you can move and use what, you don't have to cut everything out, but you can reduce under the kind of line item veto I'd like to see. Mr. Kemp? The only way we can do it.
A line item veto in and of itself is not going to balance the budget, and I'm frankly disappointed to hear that the Vice President is ready to freeze the federal spending for 4 years. With all due respect, Mr. Vice President, to suggest here in February of 1988, with the problems we face on our border, with the problems we face with the influx of drugs, with the problems that we face in the so-called buildup of first-strike nuclear weapons by the Soviet Union, with the problems that exist in so many areas of our country, that the Republican Party is going to go out and tell the homeless, or tell the unemployed, or to tell the poor, or to tell the small businessman or woman, or to tell the farmer that our model for economic growth is going to create 2.8% anemic growth for the next 4 years is disappointing. We need to commit this country the type of rapid economic growth that can reduce unemployment to at least 4% by 1990. We've got to create 5 million new jobs in this country in the next 2 or 3 years. We've got to give the President a line item veto, to be sure. I favor a lid on spending, but I can't believe that you would suggest a 4-year... We're going to defend that against the Democrat that will be running against us. The Republican Party is the party of the status quo, party of static analysis. What I believe we must do, Roger, or to the colleagues that asked the question, I think the American people need to be told that the largest part of this deficit is the cost of servicing or paying debt. We're paying debt at about 9% 30-year T-bill rates, or Treasury bill rates. That is almost 3 times the rate it was in 1980. We must stabilize our dollar. We must get long-term mortgage and interest rates down so that housing, construction, agriculture, energy, exports, and third world debtor nations can get some relief. I don't want to see the Republican Party go out in 1988 and say we're for a freeze for the next 4 years. I think that would be boring. I think it would turn off all the young people that we're trying to win to our case. And I frankly don't think it's the type of a Republican issue that's going to win a very broad base.
You see, I care about the deficit, Jack, and I don't think you have ever really cared about the federal deficit. Well, and if you want to get the interest down, get the federal deficit down. And so we've got to do that. And I'm not saying you're going to only grow at 2.8. I say if you grow at 2.8, the formula works. We can do a lot better than that. But this idea that you don't care about deficits, and that you vote against the balanced budget amendment, and you really never have thought they mattered, they matter. I do not want to mortgage the future of these children with more and more deficit.
It's closing statement time. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for closing statements, and each of the candidates, our two candidates, will have a minute and a half to make their closing, stirring comments. Mr. Bush, by the luck of the draw, you lead off.
Well, on Tuesday, March 8th, the people of Texas, my home state, go to the polls. And they have the right, a precious right, to help pick the next president of the United States. I think they're going to be looking for experienced leadership. Fellow Texans know my record. Combat, building a business, meeting a payroll right here in the state of Texas, member of the United States Congress from Texas, ambassador to China, ambassador at the United Nations, running a large federal agency, strengthening the Central Intelligence Agency, and then serving for 7.5 years as Vice President of the United States with a president that I have steadfastly supported, a president for whom I have great respect. And the presidency's different. I've seen the cables come in, and I've seen the decision have to be made right then to crack down on the terrorists in Libya or to free some American citizens in a tiny Caribbean country. I'd want to be the president to get the deficit down. I want to be the president to follow on and build hope and opportunity for those that have been bypassed by the system. But what it boils down to is, when people go into that booth, they're going to be saying to themselves, who has the values that we believe in? Who has the experience that we trust? And who has the integrity and the stability to get the job done? I believe I'm that man, and I ask for your support. Thank you very, very much.
Now, Mr. Kemp has his closing statement. Mr. Kemp?
Thank you, Roger. 8 years ago in Detroit, and again 4 years ago in Dallas, Texas, we authored the most far-reaching, pro-people, pro-life, pro-family, pro-free enterprise, pro-peace through strength platform that this country and our party has had in our lifetime. I'm very proud to have had played a very strong role in co-authoring that platform. That is leadership. Leadership is not talking about it. Leadership is not rolling out a resume or talking about where you were born. Leadership is knowing what has to be done and doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, in March of 1988, people all over the South, and then on into other parts of this country, are going to get a chance to vote for the type of leader they want for the future of the conservative movement in America as well as the Republican Party. I believe with all my heart that we need someone to follow Ronald Reagan who understands how to get our economy growing at high levels of employment and output without inflation, who understands peace through strength, and who understands those basic Judeo-Christian values around which our families can grow and be nurtured and survive and expand for the future. And I believe in the Reagan Revolution, and I want to carry it forward into the 1990s and export it to the rest of the world. God bless you. Thank you.
Once again, I would like to thank the candidates and our questioners for participating tonight, and I'd like to offer a special thanks to the Student Program Council of Southern Methodist University for its assistance with arrangements and volunteers. On behalf of the debate's organizers, the Dallas Morning News, Texas Monthly, and public TV station KERA, thank you for joining us. Good night.
This program is made possible by Southwestern Bell Foundation, MCI, offering a global highway for voice and data services around the corner or around the world. MCI, communications for the next 100 years. And Herbst Celanese, where quality counts in chemicals, fibers and film, advanced materials, and the life sciences. With additional funding provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. For a copy of tonight's debate, please send a check for $22.95 to Texas Debates, P.O. Box 13, Dallas, Texas, 75221. Please indicate whether you prefer the Democratic or Republican debate. For your free copy of Challenge to the Candidates, a booklet summarizing the critical issues of the Super Tuesday primary, write to Challenge, SECA, P.O. Box 50008, Columbia, South Carolina, 29250.
Think again, in March, about what really makes TV worth watching. Georgia Public Television.
Hi, this is Mark Russell with all the news that's fit to laugh at on our next comedy special on public television. Our show is live, not taped, because, well, in Washington, tapes have a way of disappearing. So as this election year accelerates and shifts in the low, join us where the humor takes precedent over the issues. You know, just like in the campaign. That's the Mark Russell Comedy Special, coming soon to a living room near you.
Watch Mark Russell Wednesday at 8 o'clock on GPTV. Join us for our next Victory at Sea.
One of England's great decisions of the war is to strengthen her Mediterranean fleet while the British Isles are still in danger of German invasion. The Royal Navy, outnumbered and outgunned here, sweeps forth to clear the sea lane to Malta.
Where the British hold on like a bulldog, for upon their ships rests the fate of the free world. Victory at Sea, Saturday at 9 o'clock on GPTV.
She's a broken lady, waiting to be mended.
Plus, Horizon Award winner Holly Dunn.
Saturday at 7 o'clock on GPTV.
Next time on Georgia Digest, animal rights, what really goes on in Georgia's laboratories. And visit a church for the deaf where singing hands make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Then meet an artist whose most delicate work is done with a chainsaw. All on Georgia Digest, Tuesday night at 10 on GPTV.
From entertainment in the far corners of the globe to tragedy in our own backyard, television has a powerful impact on us all.
From the very beginning, it was clear that television was an invention that would change the way we look at ourselves and the world around us.
Through television, we can share the joys, the sorrows, the victories, and the defeats that make up our world.
Important events that once were witnessed by only a few are seen live by hundreds of millions.
The moment of the Queen's crowning is come.
Live coverage.
Celebrating its centennial anniversary in American journalism. 100 years of making communications history.
Our Constitution has been called an invitation to struggle. The earth belongs always to the living generation. So wrote Thomas Jefferson. He believed a constitution such as the one written in this room should be revised at regular intervals so that it may be handed with periodical repairs from generation to generation. The Constitution that was debated and drafted in this room in Independence Hall contains instructions for what Jefferson called periodical repairs. In fact, however, there have been only 26 amendments in our first 200 years, and there have been no constitutional conventions since that first one. The but the critical analysis of the text and of its practical usefulness have continued ever since the ink dried on that original charter. In this bicentennial year, there are many constitutional scholars and authorities who argue that the greatest homage that can be paid our Constitution is to renew that scrutiny with informed discussion. The basic questions are very simple. Does it work? And how well? Could and should changes be made? Tonight, in the final program in this series, we will ask such questions in a freewheeling discussion about the very shape of our government. Watch now as Professor Charles Snessen of the Harvard Law School presides over this dialogue.
I want to set you in a constitutional convention. And I want us to address issues that have to do with the structure of our government. Mr. Cutler, is it appropriate for us to be thinking about changes in the structure of the United States government?
There could be nothing more appropriate in the bicentennial year of the Constitution. We'd honor those framers very well by thinking about what they did and how well it's working today, and whether, as would be natural after 200 years, it might need a little correction.
What's the problem?
The biggest problem I see is the problem of deadlock. The Constitution, as originally designed, was meant in many ways to balance power and create, one might say, create deadlock. The world has changed since then. We now look on the government to manage not only our economy, but the world economy, to ensure at least some modicum of social justice, to make security alliances with other nations, and to prevent nuclear war. That takes decision-making. It doesn't take deadlock.
Congressman Schumer, have we got a deadlock problem?
We have something of a deadlock problem. Our politics has become totally atomistic. We have lots of little atoms all bouncing off each other, lots of activity. It's not that there's torpor in Washington, but there's no coherence. I go off and do my thing, Senator Hatch goes off and does his thing, the President even goes off and does his thing, and we no longer have an ability in a world where we, as Lloyd said, must have that ability to form coherent types of policies.
Mr. Donaldson, are you going to be interested in covering this convention?
Oh, yes. I'll cover it very much.
Would you be outraged if we as a body decided that we should exclude you from this convention?
I would be outraged to the extent that you might exclude my body, but of course you'd leak to me what you were doing on a daily basis. So may I say, for your own defense, it'd be best to have me there. I'll probably get it more correct if I hear it firsthand and if I hear it secondhand.
You think we couldn't do it? We couldn't manage to keep secrets from you?
No, you couldn't. Not because I'm such a terrific reporter, but because you'll want to come out and you'll want to tell me what this other person is trying to do that you think is wrong, and you want to tell me what you're trying to do that you think is right. So you can't keep secrets.
Let me ask you this. Suppose we could. Suppose we were a cohesive enough group and we cared enough about what we were doing and we thought it dangerous for you to be televising our thoughts as they unfolded point by point.
This isn't Moscow.
This isn't Moscow.
Yes. So you wouldn't be able to do that, I don't think.
Do you think it would be wrong of us to even give it a try?
I do.
Not because it's inevitable, but because there's something wrong about our trying to keep
I think it would be wrong to hold a constitutional convention and hammer out day after day and debate the merits and demerits of doing something to the Constitution without the American people being in on what you were doing. Well, if you came out of that locked room at the end of 30 days and said, here it is, it's too late then for the American people to sort of weigh in and say, what are you guys and what are you women doing? So I think it would be wrong of you, and that's why I would oppose it.
Mr. Lewis, you have a view?
I agree with Sam.
It's wrong.
Oh, I'm not standing on some high moral horse. We live in a society in which the public now takes part in that kind of enterprise. We're not in the 18th century anymore. We don't have people drawing up conventions in Independence Hall with sawdust sprinkled around to keep the horses' hooves silent while the great thinkers cogitate inside.
You're referring, of course, to the fact that our original constitutional convention was as tight as a drum.
Exactly. No notes published for 50 years afterward.
It was not only secret, there were no leaks.
And I wonder what you think there's been, Mr. Donaldson, in 200 years that has changed that fact. Do you think you could have broken the 1787 Constitutional Convention? If you had been there, would you have gotten the story?
If I'd lived in 1787, I hoped I would have been a member of the Constitution. But what's changed simply is the communications business. The technical ability, A, and thirst on the part of people we serve, B, to find out what's going on. I mean, when those people met in Philadelphia, who knew they were there? 20 miles away, let alone 100 miles away. So today, instantly, we'd know what you were about. We'd know what room you had gone into. The public would be clamoring, I think, to find out what was going on in there. Your critics outside would be telling the public that you were destroying the Republic, clearly. And so I would be there with a camera, and you really better let me in.
But the problem is a constitutional convention really is a substantive issue. What should we do? What should we change? And a 3-minute bite on television showing two people yelling at each other isn't going to help really elucidate to the American people what the choices are, the tough choices that we have in the next 2 decades.
Mr. Donaldson, suppose you'd had your cameras back there in 1787. Do you have any confidence that we would have gotten the Constitution that we have?
I don't know. I don't think we would have changed the process that much. We report what's going on in the real world, and if it's a room where you're changing the Constitution, that's the real world.
You were asked whether you thought television cameras there would have changed the outcome. I think they certainly would have. I think delegates in the course of that convention frequently changed their minds, and they could do so quite freely. They didn't have to go home and explain to their constituents that they'd changed their minds and why all.
Mr. Lewis, you're a constitutional scholar and a lover of the Constitution, and obviously a great lover of the First Amendment and the press. Would you be confident that we'd have our Constitution if Sam Donaldson was out there with his television cameras?
I think it would be entirely unlikely that we would have the Constitution. I think
entirely unlikely.
I think the drafting of the Constitution in 1787 depended on the secrecy with which it was done. I don't quarrel with that at all. And furthermore, I believe in it, because I think it was the most extraordinary document ever produced by a group of people.
Well, in 1787, a group of white men sat down, many of whom owned slaves, to come up with a document to govern this country. Now, that was acceptable in those days. We've amended the Constitution since because we no longer feel that kind of operation where the royalty of our country, such as it was, lays down a Constitution for the rest of the people. We no longer feel that's acceptable. So today, I agree with you. It's a different world. It's a different place. And it's no longer a place where the smart guys can go behind locked doors and come out with a document to govern the rest of us without our feedback.
My point is not that the press could be excluded today, but rather that maybe the coverage that we'd be getting would distort the process so we wouldn't get a Constitution the way we have.
We can't make the public concentrate on something if it doesn't want to, but it's our job to bring the public.
You don't even show it to them.
All right, let's get down to business. One of the few amendments that there has ever been to the structure of our government was the amendment that limited the president to 2 terms. Mr. Meese, how do we get that amendment? What would you think about reconsidering that one?
I think we got it because of a reaction to a single incident, and that was the unequaled 4 terms that President Roosevelt won, and a reaction to it on the part of the public. It has never happened before, and it hasn't happened since. I think there would probably be a value at this stage with removing the 22nd Amendment and the limitation on a president. Not that I would, frankly, ever want a president necessarily to serve more than 2 terms. I can certainly tell you 2 terms is plenty for any cabinet member. But in any event, I think that it does have a limitation on a president's power towards the end of his 2nd term, or maybe in some cases from the beginning of the 2nd term, and that to remove it at least would keep the Congress and members of his own party thinking a little more carefully about the deference they owe that president just in case he should try to run again.
So what are you saying? You're saying that because the president can't run again, he somehow loses power?
I think that he could lose power, and I think that I don't think that there's any really desirable reason why we limit a president to 2 terms. We certainly don't limit other officers of the federal government to any particular number of terms.
Congressman Royce, you have a feeling about the...
Yes, the time has come, I think, to act. Democrats want the two-term amendment removed because it's a gratuitous insult to the memory of FDR. Republicans, like the Attorney General, want it removed because our Republican president has recently said it should be. So let's go. I would think everybody would be in favor of getting rid of that one.
So the one change that we, or one of the very few changes that we made, that was a mistake.
Well, so was prohibition, and we repealed that.
Clean that one up, too.
I'm from Milwaukee. I thought it was a mistake.
Well, before we write the 22nd Amendment out of the Constitution, I would like to make one argument in its behalf. It goes halfway to eliminating the problem of a sitting president standing for election. I think we've been very fortunate in our history that only once, and that was at the time of Watergate, where we seriously threatened with the possibility of an attempt to rig a presidential election on the part of the administration in power. And that, I think, is a very frightening prospect in a constitutional democracy, and it is the one advantage to limiting the number of terms of a sitting president. If you were going to do that, however, you'd go all the way, I think, and give the president a single 6-year term. So to avoid that considerable stress on the integrity of the democratic process.
Mr. Meese, what's...
I think it proves just the opposite. If what happened in Watergate was an attempt to rig an election, it was the most inept performance in the history of mankind, and I think we're free of any possibility of that if that's the best we can do.
But what difference does this amendment make? I don't see presidents wanting to run for third terms.
I don't think so either. I think you won't have very many, just as Ronald Reagan, when he was governor of California, said he thought that 2 terms was enough for governor, just as he said that if that amendment was miraculously eliminated today, he would not be running for a 3rd term. But I think that the possibility that a president might is an intangible aspect of his political power continuing that I think would make a difference in that aspect rather than the probability that you'd have a 3rd term for a president.
Mr. Hurd, should we put this on our agenda?
I'm in favor of removing the current limitation, repealing the amendment, and be for unlimited succession. And I think that the limitation impairs presidential leadership.
As soon as you're...
I'm against the 6-year term.
You're against that?
I'm in favor of the continuous election.
4 years, 4 years, 4 years.
That's right. Remove the 22nd Amendment.
Senator Hatch?
So am I. I really think that, I think we see it today, where members of the president's own party are not supportive because there's just 2 more years to go in the 2nd term. We haven't had a lot of 2nd-term presidents in the last 20 years, but the fact is that I think it is a hamperment. I would be against the 6-year approach. First of all, that may be too long for some presidents to serve, as far as I'm concerned. I can name a few that I just could not have given 6 years. Secondly, it still would have that same effect. If he doesn't have that threat of being able to run again and appeal to the American people, he or she, that president may not be as effective as he or she might otherwise have been.
All right, so actually, I hear a remarkable amount of support for the idea that this 2-term amendment was a bad idea.
Nobody says the Constitution is perfect, but by and large, you know, this is 200 years, the longest-lasting Constitution in the history of this world, with the most powerful, economically advantaged country in the history of this world, with, I think, the greatest protection for freedoms that this world has ever seen. But there are some frailties in the Constitution that can be corrected, most of them technical, some of them, like the 22nd Amendment, I think, substantive.
All right, let's take one that's not quite so inviting. There's a proposal that congressmen should be elected not every 2 years, but every 4 years. Congressman Rangel, sound like a good idea to you?
No, I think every 2 years is fitting in what the framers of the Constitution expected, and that is that we would be held hostage to the people, and that even if they were carried away with emotion, that that they would be able to exercise their right to give their views as to how they saw their government, at least in the House of Representatives. So I used to think that 4 years would be more comfortable, but I had the opportunity to sit on the Watergate Impeachment Committee, and I'm thoroughly convinced that if we had had a 4-year term, that the House of Representatives would not have responded to the people as swiftly as they were forced to do.
Mr. Cutler, you're a proposer of a 4-year term for congressman.
Yes,
and I take it that you're not proposing it for Mr. Rangel's benefit. You have some other idea in mind.
No, I'm proposing it because I think, unlike the undoing of the 22nd Amendment, it has a very clear relationship to the problem of deadlock that I described earlier.
Tell me what that relationship is.
The relationship is best summarized in the political truism that you cannot do anything about the deficit in an election year. If you have an election every other year, that means you cannot do anything about the deficit every other year. 2 years is the shortest period of time for legislative officers in any democratic government in the world of which I'm aware. It also creates a different time horizon for the House of Representatives, the most popular branch, which prevents the House of Representatives from being willing to embark on measures that may produce some short-term pain over the next year and a half or 2 years, but have a good likelihood of producing some long-term results within 4 years, as best illustrated again by all of these very painful agony budget-making decisions.
Mr. Cutler,
it also means that when we have this 2-year election, this off-year election, the size of the electorate drops down enormously. If we elected the members of the House at the same time we elected the President, we would then have a much higher turnout for the House elections than we now have every other election.
Suppose I'm the president, all right? Suppose it's my concern to get my program through. I've been elected and I've got a program. How does it look as I look forward through my term?
Well, your political advisors, both in the Congress and in your White House and in your cabinet, are going to tell you, Mr. President, you've got maybe 6 months. You've got what we call a honeymoon, while the voters are still euphoric about you, and the members of Congress know that, and they are telling everybody they are going to try to help you carry out your program. But it isn't going to last more than 6 months, maybe a year. And anything you propose which will cause them pain or cause their voters pain within the next 2 years, they're not going to vote for it.
And that's because they've got to go back to their...
They've got to go back. That's correct. Remember, you can't do anything about the deficit in an election year. That's every other year.
Congressman Schumer, is he speaking truth?
He's speaking truth in large part. The closer you get to an election year, the less the leadership wants to take up controversial but necessary issues.
The leadership of the House.
Of the House. The more time is spent on things that may be nice, like going to chicken dinners, maybe not nice, like raising money. The focus in the second year of Congress, in the second year of the term, just shifts, and you see it. Members will say to me in the beginning, oh, I have some great ideas legislatively, and they try to get them going. And all of a sudden comes January of that second year, and everyone's just, or most people are just worried about re-election.
And if you're a member of the president's party, I take it you're worried about beating somebody who's opposed to the president.
Of course.
And it may be that you don't want to put yourself quite totally in bed with the president.
That's right.
Congressman Rangel, is he speaking truth?
Let's not talk about truth, but
why not?
When you talk about the courageous votes that have been taken in the Congress, the biggest problem has been that the House of Representatives have taken that vote, bit the bullet, and there's been no action in the Senate, and we've had to go home and catch hell for it when we didn't have the law. Now, if in fact...
Well, Charlie, we know that's because the Senate was Republican and we were Democratic.
But if in fact you get more courage the longer the term is, how how do you explain the United States Senate?
Most of them are pretty good, but 1/3 of them have to run within 2 years.
Senator Kassenbaum, how do you explain the United States Senate?
Not easily. But in defense of the Senate, as it was designed in 1787, the House was to go home more often, the Senate a longer perspective. I tend to think today that both houses have become sort of like city councils. We are all engaged in frantic activity, cutting ribbons and attending everything we can do and trying for one-upsmanship on every issue. And I really do strongly believe we should find some way to, because times have changed. In the 2 years that they envisioned in 1787, it took 2 weeks or maybe 2 months to get an issue out to your district. And you didn't travel home every weekend or every 2 weeks.
You only had 46,000 constituents.
And times have changed.
Senator,
and I think now we must get a bit longer
when do you start running for re-election?
When you have 6 years?
Yeah.
I suppose you're constantly kind of doing it. I mean, I go home about 2
Congressman
weekends
Schumer over
a
here
month.
says a year goes by and then you feel the change. It sounds like he legislates for a year and he runs for a year. And then he legislates for a year and then he's going to run for a year.
I bet you're running every other weekend.
As Senator Kassenbaum says, you get elected and you start running again. That's what you do. But let me just say this. Again, the Constitution's a pretty ingenious document. It basically designed, and many have said, it designed the House of Representatives as the people's body. They have to be very responsive to their districts and to their people and their smaller districts and smaller people. The Senate, where there are equal rights of suffrage, Utah with 1.7 million people has the same amount and rights of suffrage as California with 26 million people. But the fact of the matter is that the Senate is the state's body, even though we represent all the people of the United States as well as our own states. And that's an ingenious concept. It really does work. It really does work. And to change it wholesale by giving 4 years, I think that would maybe be nicer for members of Congress, but I bet you'd find there'd be, and this may be an argument for it, that there might be a greater changeover in the House if you had elections every 4 years, and we might not have 95, 96% re-elected every year.
Senator, you sound as if you're opposed to the 4-year term for the Congress.
I am. I'm opposed to it because I think the Constitution works well.
Any possibility that one of the reasons you're opposed is that you'd be worried about congressmen running against you?
Well, I think I worry about anybody running against me, but it wouldn't make any difference. No, I don't think so.
Let me make clear what I have in mind. If a congressman runs against you now, they have to give up their seat.
Right.
If they lose, they're out of business.
I presume they'd have to give up their seat anyway.
Not if their 4-year term was such that they were in the middle of their 2nd year.
I don't think the Senate's going to let something go through that will allow them to split their terms and run against us.
You write it in so that you bar a member of Congress from running for the Senate seat unless he resigns his seat in the House.
And you do that because otherwise you're not going to get.
Otherwise we don't get it through the ceiling.
Well, there's a very good institutional reason to block the representative with a 4-year term from running in the middle of that term. You just made this change. We just agree on this change in order to give him 3 years, or her, to think through legislative program, to do all those things. And here they're abusing it. They're taking that 4-year term and cutting it in half and running for this other office. That it violates the spirit of what the amendment was designed to
Would
serve.
the judge agree then we should prohibit senators from running for the presidency during the term of their 6 years?
Well, now, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I think there's...
Who would we get to run for president?
Out of this very anti-democratic talk about prohibiting people from running for public office because other people inhabit that public office.
You're not prohibited. You just resign your House seat so someone else can come in and serve the community you come from on a full-time basis.
Well, so senators should resign before they run for the presidency.
I think most of them now are resigning. I mean, it's a practical matter. Some of them will tend to resign now in order to do that because it just takes so much time.
If you change the Senate term to 8 years so that every 4 years you voted for president, vice president, all members of the House, and 1 senator from each state, you then have a 2-class Senate.
Because I don't
then the problem disappears.
I would add one other wrinkle to it.
And I think that one of the things that is very important is to maintain contact with the home district. And one of the problems that has occurred, which was not there early on, I don't think the framers originally contemplated full-time Congresses, which are really a duplicate of the executive branch in many aspects with the large staffs and all the rest of it. And I would be in favor of a 4-year term if that same amendment provided that Congress could not be in session more than half the year.
Mr. Meese, I take it implicit in these proposals is to line them all up with the presidential election so that people run with the president and get rid of these biennial elections where people are drawn away from the president's program. Am I right that at the base of these proposals is an impetus to strengthen the presidency?
I think it might have that effect, although I'm not sure. There's at least the feeling among some political commentators that the United States kind of likes to have the White House in the grip of one party and the Congress, or at least one house of the Congress, in the grip of the other party. At least that's been our experience for most of my lifetime, at least. So I'm not sure whether it would strengthen or not. At least it would do away with that middle election in each 4-year term, which I think has a very disrupting effect on the president getting his program through. And it does, for the reasons Congressman Schumer mentioned. It really means he has only 1 year to get a program through, and it really cuts short congressional consideration of things.
One of the things that's curious is that the experience of your lifetime is quite at odds with the experience of the whole history. In fact, it's quite a recent phenomenon that we have these split situations. Am I right about that, Professor Robinson?
Yes, you are. For the first century and a half, the normal situation was that the president and the Congress were controlled by the same party. It is only since the middle of the 20th century that it has become normal for one or both houses of Congress to be held by a party different from the party in the White House.
And I take it something that contributes to your gridlock fears, Mr. Cutler.
I think it does to a very great extent. And if you look at the voting records which Congressional Quarterly keeps, calculating presidential success rates on their most important bills, it is much lower when you have divided government than when you have party government. It's about 66% when you have divided government, and it's about 80% when you have party government.
Ms. Lewis.
You see, what Mr. Cutler is actually saying is that he doesn't believe in democracy. The public in this country has made a decision, as Attorney General Meese just put it accurately, over this period of time, the last 20 years, that we like government divided. And we've made that decision, no doubt subconsciously, inchoately in some way, because we don't want to have the kind of efficiency that Mr. Cutler would like, where programs roll through and lots of things get done. It isn't necessarily a good thing that programs roll through and lots of things get done. Sometimes doing nothing is the best thing, and that's what the public has decided it wants, a certain balance, and I personally respect that.
I think the framers intended to have that tension and that really provided some creativity. It's a messy process, but I think that was part of their intent in 1787. And I feel that actually where we have gridlock today, the problem tends to be more institutional than constitutional. And we do have to address those aspects of it as well, whether we meet too long, which I think we do, the size of our own committees and numbers and so forth. Those are the problems, I think, that really first we have to take on.
Another way to put gridlock is to call it stability. And the design of the federal government, by having staggered terms for the Senate and the House and the President, all having different electoral bases, all having different terms, means that no political movement can capture this country by winning one election.
As I look at it, we went a long time with a fair degree of unanimity, and then 1950 arrives, 50s arrive, television arrives, and suddenly we get a deterioration of party structure and an address by people directly to the voters, and this phenomenon.
I don't agree with the premise.
I don't
We
either.
haven't had a party structure in this country ever of the kind that they do in European parliaments. I remember as a child, which I have to admit was considerably before the period you're talking about, FDR was complaining about how lots of Democrats didn't vote with him in the Congress, and he went down and tried to purge them, and he failed. It's not new, and we don't have that kind of party line stuff. I think the thing that's changed...
You don't have it, and you don't want it.
And I don't want it, because for the reason that Senator Castlebaum said, and the reason Senator Hatch said earlier. We've done awful well for 200 years, and I don't want to start going to some other system where we'll march up and down and have a program. The other thing that's changed, that you asked, why has it changed? You know, there didn't used to be such things as president's legislative programs. That's a relatively recent development in our constitutional history. It was thought that Congress was going to do the legislating, and only since about maybe the 20s, or practically speaking, FDR, have everything depended on the president's program. And maybe the people, again, I say, in a kind of subconscious way, fear concentrated power, the way the framers feared concentrated power, and they don't want to have a juggernaut. They like it a little messy.
I want to make a motion for a special committee to be created in this convention on historical accuracy. Because the factual assumptions that are being made here are preposterous. First of all, the first president with a legislative program was George Washington. He had a budget drawn up by Alexander Hamilton, and they complained about it in the House. They said, we're supposed to draw up this budget. Don't you draw up a budget. He had Knox draw up his military plan. The only thing that Congress drew up in those days was the plan for the roads and the post offices, which is what they cared about. There was another assumption, another factual assumption here, that we haven't had divided government ever until the recent past. It's nonsense. As soon as John Adams became president, he lost the House of Representatives. Under John Quincy Adams, he didn't have either house. And, I mean, I just think that before we go running off, if we're going to make these amendments, that's fine, but before we do, let's go a little bit carefully about our past.
Just get the record straight.
Yeah.
I want to challenge one other assumption, or at least question it, call it into question. And that is the assumption that if we had coordinated terms, that it would mean that the president would dominate the system. I'm not sure that's true at all. What it would do would make members of the House and members of the Senate, if they were put on an 8-year cycle, very much more concerned about the nature of the person who was running for president. And I think it would have an effect in terms of making Congress much more involved in the selection of presidential nominees. I think it would bring coherence from both ends.
Without changing the balance between the president and the Congress, it would let both of them do a better job, or give them a better chance to do it.
Congressman Royce, is the 484 proposal, the 4 for the Congress, 8 for the Senate, 4 for the President? Do we want that?
It is good, and good only if you can answer the justifiable protest made by Senator Castlebaum, Tony Lewis, Congressman Rangel, that you're taking away from the American voter the right to express himself except once every 4 years. That's an important right. You shouldn't take it away, but you still have the problem of resolving deadlocks made by so many on my right. There's a way of doing both. Lengthen the terms as described, but provide that in the interim, in that 4-year period, whenever the President or the Senate or the House asks for a special election for everybody for whole new terms, that can be granted. Now, you can put whatever diminuendos you want on that, but that would guarantee you that when there was really a national issue, you could have an election, and you would also have some means of resolving these terrible deadlocks like the one over the deficit.
Just go slow with me for a minute here. What we're going to do is have a system in which the President or the Congress, whenever they chose, could say, okay, let's have an election.
If you wanted to provide that they could do that only once during the 4-year period at about the middle, be my guess, that wouldn't bother me.
For the President and for everybody in the Congress.
If either the President or, in my view, the Senate or the House, but if you wanted to say both the Senate and the House, fine. If they ask for an election, they can have it. This is an extraordinary means of resolving great disputes, and the mere existence of this sword of Damocles might induce, in our present situation, the Congress, Democratic, to sit down with the President, Republican, and get the deficit under control, which really ought to be done.
Why would we ask for an election if the electorate was frustrated with us? You know, one of the reasons why I say they should have the 2-year term is that when they're frustrated, they say, that's okay, we'll get you next year. You're saying, give us a longer term, and then we'll decide when to have a special election.
Well, I think that decision could be made, because then the parties, particularly my party and yours, the Democratic Party, would have to be responsible, which we now aren't, and would have to get together a platform and have a shadow candidate, and in other methods demonstrate to the people that the outs have something to offer.
The beautiful thing about the 2-year term is that the people don't have to be right when they decide that they're fed up. You don't have to give them a long-term legislative program or when you're going to eliminate the deficit. They could just say, rather than revolt and take it out in another way, that I am fed up with you and I'm kicking you out.
Charlie, why doesn't that apply just as well to the President and the Senate?
Well, it just seems to me that there should be some continuity, that if a voter makes a mistake, as I think a lot of them did with Watergate and so many other issues, that emotionally they voted against a party and a lot of good people lost, you had the continuity of having the Senate, you had the continuity of having the presidency there. But it just seems to me that if you tell people they have to wait, then give them a reason for having to wait. And if you're saying that it's going to break gridlock, tell me what piece of legislation would have been resolved if we had had a longer term. Tell me what the Senate has done so smoothly with a 6-year term. And tell me, really, where have the American people said that the House of Representatives can do a better job with 4 years?
Mr. Rangel, one of the things that frustrates the American people, for example, on a problem like the deficit, is that the President says that it's Congress's fault, they won't accept a responsible budget. Congress says it's the President's fault, they all blame it on one another. That is frustrating to the people.
4 years will take care of it?
No, but a special election feature will take care of it. That is, if you really believe, if you're the President, for example, that it is Congress that is causing the problem, then you can take Congress to the nation. Or conversely, if you're Congress and you believe it's the President's refusal to be realistic about taxes or whatever, defense spending or whatever, you can take the President to the nation. I think the point is, I don't think that you would take the government to the nation very often. But the fact that you could would end the charade of saying that our problem is because the other branch won't play ball.
Who would call the election?
Well, you could vary it in a number of different ways, but one way to do it would be to enable majorities in Congress to do it, either one or both houses, or to enable the President to do it.
Then right now, the House and Senate would certainly call for a special presidential election.
Not just presidential election. You would take the whole government to the nation. That would be the restraint on it. You couldn't have it as a punishment of one branch upon the other.
The press would love this, the hype, you know, the hype of it would just be great.
Professor Robinson, this sounds awfully like the vote of no confidence and dissolution of the Parliament.
It borrows a feature from the parliamentary system, but it does not become the parliamentary system for this important reason. The difference between a parliamentary system and a system of separated powers is that in a system of separated powers, the legislature and the executive are separately elected. In a parliament, the legislature chooses the executive. And we're not proposing to bring that system here. We would keep those branches separately elected and therefore a check on one another. That's terribly important in the American tradition. That's the center of the American tradition, that power should be checked. And we would retain that feature here. But what we would do would be to enable those branches to go to the nation when they were deadlocked.
But that may well mean that you would wind up, after having had that election, with the president of one party and without the legislative
support. If the people will, but on that point I'm with Mr. Lewis. I think if the people choose a divided government, then we would know that that was the people's choice.
Then the fault lies not in their Constitution, but in themselves. They want it, and they're entitled to it.
You know,
there may be times when a president has done something that's so wrong or so questionable, such as Watergate,
that instead of going through the impeachment proceeding, which we sought to do, if you had a vote of, say, 2/3 of each house of Congress, that might be a smoother transition device. It borrows from the parliamentary system, but it doesn't substitute the parliamentary system. It enables the nation to resolve the crisis in the national government without going through the unseemly impeachment process. And I think there might be something said for that.
But supposing, for example,
Not much, I
we
hope.
didn't...
Would you have preferred that to the impeachment?
Well, absolutely not. I think it's very important that the presidency stay the way Wilson and the rest of them discussed it and planned for it. And I think that if we have these, we're making all kinds of assumptions.
I'm not making any assumptions.
I think that the fact that it's so difficult to impeach a president is a very great protection for the presidency. And the framers knew that the presidency was the weaker of the branches, that Congress has overwhelming power, and they gave the presidency that extra power, and in fact divided the Congress into two branches in order to preserve the president from a transitory, let's say, 2/3 for some reason, some popular spirit or whatever, to get rid of a president.
Well,
I think
that's history, but I'm talking about the situation in 1987. And given the fact that the United States is the leader of the Western world and can't afford to have a president wounded for a year or 18 months, that's the more important question to address, which you have not addressed.
And let's not make the assumption that 90% of our presidents are going to be venal. Let's take the assumption that a president is trying to get a program through, and it's a bold and new program. And in this day of quick hits and instantaneous images, it takes quite a while, not only to pass the program, but to see its results. Do you want the ability of a Congress, which may not have the patience, which may have the 2-year term, to constantly hold that hammer over the president's head and say, if you take one step that's bold, if you take one step that requires a little forbearance, we're going to hit you over the head and call an election. You talk about gridlock today. You institute that proposal, and we will be so tied in a knot that we'll be the greatest pretzel nation in the world.
The hammer would be over their head, too.
Mr. Cutler.
I'm myself very much against the dissolution proposal for Charlie Schumer's reasons, for Abe Sophir's reasons, for Tony Lewis's reasons. And on top of that, it's almost impossible to figure out how you could run an election and the nomination process for president and all the members of the House and Senate in the United States within 90 or 120 days, and we can't afford to have doubt about and paralysis in the United States government for that long, any longer time than that.
If we call a special election, it's going to mess up the schedule.
That would really be gridlock.
How do you conduct primaries? How do you have a presidential nominating convention? We don't know how to do that.
Mr. Meese.
Well, I tend to agree with Mr. Cutler. I think that what you're doing is you're throwing a wild card into the whole game here that would probably distract from what, as I understand the proposal, it's trying to do, and that is to provide a little more adherence to some kind of a stable relationship between the House. One of the things that has bothered me about the 2-year election is not that it gives the people more participation in politics, but perhaps less. The off-year elections seem to not get the attention that they deserve, and quite frankly, I think with all of the communications, which in one way is a boon, it's also in some ways a burden, that people get tired of all the campaigning going on all the time, and they tune it out. And I suspect that if you had elections every 4 years, that you would get more participation, volunteers, more interest by the voters, and that we would actually increase public participation in the electoral process.
Though, if you had strong presidents and stronger candidates on top, they could really block out the local candidate from getting any attention at all. And it could very well be that people would then start voting for party identification rather than for the individual.
Let's move to some other issues here. Let's consider some of the possible substantive changes in presidential power. The line item veto, the president's power to veto a specific budget item out of a more comprehensive bill. Should we have that as a constitutional amendment? Congressman Rangel, you're the one I want to hear from on this one.
You're taking away, first of all, I don't think the presidents are that anxious to have it because they'll have to suffer politically, too, for striking it out. But it just seems to me that the Constitution is very clear that the legislative body has the responsibility to draft a bill to send to the President of the United States. If we're going to have the President to be in a position to pick and choose, then it seems to me that what we're doing is just sending him a laundry list and saying, this is what we think should be the law of the land. Of course, if you disagree, just pick the parts that you like and send back the rest.
You're really transferring legislative authority to the president when you do that.
He's going to strike the water bill for your state that you've bucked for.
The Grand Coulee Dam in Harlem, Charlie, that kind of thing.
Well, this is exactly what we talked about. The president shouldn't have that power.
But that's what I want to know. Why shouldn't he have that power?
Because I've been able to convince my colleagues that I needed the dam, and they voted for the dam. Why should the president then disagree with the House and the Senate? And it's in my district.
Mr. Meese, you want your president to have that power?
Absolutely. I think the experience of 43 of the governors shows that it's a good power because it provides a balance. First of all, the president sends up a budget to start with. Congress can add to that budget, or they can take things away. They send him back the budget. He cannot add anything to it. All he can do is delete things that they've put in. But they still have the last word. They can override the veto. So it provides this kind of a balance. I think it's an excellent thing, particularly because it would prevent the vice that goes on now, where they take non-germane items and hang them on to the budget bill or the continuing resolution or something like that, and then the president's stuck with the whole thing.
This shift is going to give your president an incredible amount of power over that congressman, isn't it?
No, I don't think so, because I think the first time that a president starts monkeying around on that kind of a deal, trading a non-veto of a line item for something like that, the colleagues of the congressman are going to override that veto in about 30 seconds.
Let's just suppose that there's a nomination for a judicial appointment up that hangs by a thread, and the president's pulling out all the stops. He's not going to go after her?
Absolutely not. Why doesn't it work that way in states? The state seems to work perfectly in 43 states. You see, the experience is on the side of the line item veto.
Except under the Constitution of the United States.
And it doesn't work very well there. We've all agreed today that we have gridlock, we can't balance the budget.
Oh, we have? Oh, no, I haven't agreed that at all. That we have gridlock and that it would be better under these proposals. I don't agree with that a bit.
Have we balanced the budget?
No, we haven't balanced the budget.
And you tell
we
me
would
that
come a lot closer.
The Constitution is going to balance the budget?
I would say that the line item veto will bring us a lot closer to balancing the budget.
And that's actually the point that I wanted to focus on. I mean, we think of this line item veto as a budget thing. I mean, somehow we're going to balance the budget.
Right.
But at least as I get into it, it looks more to me like it's not balancing the budget. Who knows? I mean, he may even bargain with the president to include a few extra things, or approve a few extras. What it is a shift in power from his body to the president, and a big shift in power.
Exactly right. Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me.
Don't get me wrong, it's not a panacea, but I think it is a step towards that. It would make it easier to work towards a balanced budget than the present system we have.
Well, let me say one word on that, will you? A lot of people will be surprised that I'll say this, but I frankly am very much against the line item veto. There are lots of reasons for that. I can certainly see what Ed Meese is talking about, and if this president had it, I would probably be just overjoyed. But if Walter Mondale had been elected president, I might be a little less overjoyed as he cut the national security interest, because Walter was not known for voting for national security interests, or the military in particular, when he was in the United States Senate.
You're worried about...
So I'm worried about who's going to be president, who's going to be nice. But you hit the nail on the head. Our Constitution has provided for a very delicate balance of power in this separation of powers. And frankly, this would be such a massive shift from Congress. I have to admit, I've got plenty of criticism of Congress. I think we've failed the American people. We don't do what's right. We don't stand up. We haven't balanced the budget. We don't have the guts to do what has to be done. All those things can be said about the American Congress. But nevertheless, you take this power away from the American Congress and give it to a president, and you are building an imperial presidency. And you're building a shift of power that literally could have disastrous consequences down the line. Sure, Ronald Reagan, I think, would exercise it responsibly. Probably Walter Mondale would, too, since he's been in the Congress and understands it. But there might be, in some future date, some president who really will cut the military disastrously, and we won't be able to protect the national security interests of this country, and we'd all be worse off.
I have been finding myself in rare and pleasurable agreement with everything Senator Hatch says.
Well, and you just haven't known me through the years as you've written all those awful articles.
What we've been experiencing here, in listening to the proposals one after the other, and then the difficulties with each one, is how interwoven the Constitution of the United States is. You can't change one thing. You can't change the term of the member. You can't change the line item veto without dealing with the fundamental, which is power. As Senator Hatch said, if you start changing this, you change everything. And that's just something you got to remember. It's worked for 200 years.
So where do you come out then, Mr. Lewis? Are you just for worshiping the Constitution and bow down? There it was, 200 years. Let's not look too close at anything. Let's not try and fix anything. Let's just worship that Constitution.
I'm starting to like Mr. Lewis a lot better.
I like it. The fact of the matter is that it has been the most successful form of government, perhaps in the history of the world. And that Constitution, probably as much as anything, has ensured the success of the government. Therefore, when somebody comes forward with a suggestion for change, there's a very heavy burden to prove the case. And I think that's all Senator Hatch and Anthony Lewis are saying, and I agree with them.
Mr. Wallach,
I'm just surprised that so much time has been spent about strengthening the powers of the president when the problem is the president flouting the will of Congress. The problem is not a constitutional one, it is one of trust. It is one of how do you rebuild into the system the shared responsibilities that will lead the president to be more confident to go to Capitol Hill to consult those in Congress, and those in Congress to feel that they have a stake in what the president himself is doing and in his policies.
Let's not forget one thing that I think has dramatically changed the political landscape, which is television. I come from a borough that used to have one of the great boss-driven organizations, and I ran against it. But I could reach every individual voter, whether that political boss wanted me to or didn't want me to, by going on television, and they made their judgment of me directly. Television has so changed our system of governance that the parties don't have the power, the Congress doesn't have the power, the president doesn't have the power, and that is, I think, because that new institution of television, which exists and has its good and its bad, has put something very new in the equation, something that I think we have to think about.
Let me add an end piece of my own here. I'm here to celebrate the Constitution, as you all are. And there's a dilemma, in a sense, that we all face. The Constitution, the more you get into it, the more you are simply astounded at the prescience and brilliance of the document and the people that put it together. And yet, we talk about changing it. In some sense, that sounds as if we're taking away from it. I don't think we are. I really don't think we are. I think, in fact, that thinking about changing a document means pressing ourselves to understand it better. As we understand it better, we understand just how interrelated everything is. And in effect, by understanding it, we celebrate it. It was part of the document. It was part of the Founding Fathers' conception that we'd continue to think about it. And in that way, it would become our document, and we'd be we the people here and now instead of way back then. So thinking about it, yes, absolutely. Changing it, a big burden. I sure agree.
And so ends our series on the presidency and the Constitution. It is reported that on the last day of the Constitutional Convention, in September 1787, Benjamin Franklin, leaving this very room, was asked by the crowd outside the result of the long deliberations. Dr. Franklin replied, you have a republic, if you can keep it. Good luck.
This has been a production of Columbia University's Seminars on Media and Society in association with WNET, New York. Columbia University Seminars on Media and Society is solely responsible for the content of this program. Funding for the Presidency and the Constitution has been provided by the Hearst Corporation, which this year is celebrating its centennial anniversary in American journalism. 100 years of making communications history. Videotapes are available. Write to Columbia University Seminars on Media and Society, Graduate School of Journalism, New York, New York, 10027. For those desiring further study, the following books are recommended. Miracle at Philadelphia, The Constitution, That Delicate Balance, and To the Best of My Ability.
Think again, in March, about what really makes TV worth watching. Georgia Public Television.
Hi, this is Mark Russell with all the news that's fit to laugh at on our next comedy special on public television. Our show is live, not taped, because, well, in Washington, tapes have a way of disappearing. So as this election year accelerates and shifts in the low, join us where the humor takes precedent over the issues. You know, just like in the campaign. That's the Mark Russell Comedy Special, coming soon to a living room near you.
Watch Mark Russell Wednesday at 8 o'clock on GPTV. Join us for our next Victory at Sea.
One of England's great decisions of the war is to strengthen her Mediterranean fleet while the British Isles are still in danger of German invasion. The Royal Navy, outnumbered and outgunned here, sweeps forth to clear the sea lane to Malta,
where the British hold on like a bulldog, for upon their ships rests the fate of the free world. Victory at Sea, Saturday at 9 o'clock on GPTV.
Well, perhaps the McNeil-Lehrer Report, Masterpiece Theater, the Business News. I enjoy them all.
When was the last time you contributed to Georgia Public Television?
Probably 3 years ago. I figure that other people have been making contributions, but I will try to do better.
Only 1 in every 20 viewers contribute to Georgia Public Television. If you think someone else is going to contribute for you, think again. It's time to think again. Support Georgia Public Television.
For more than 75 years, our bank has been meeting the financial needs of Metro Atlantans. First American Bank is proud to continue that tradition of public service with funding for this Georgia Public Television program. First American. There's more to banking than money.
This is the Nightly Business Report, made possible by Digital Equipment Corporation, with its new generation of VAX family computers, connecting headquarters, branch offices, production and research centers into a single integrated computing environment. Digital has it now. By Kidder Peabody, for over 120 years, one of the world's leading investment firms, serving the financial needs of individuals, corporations, and governments. Kidder Peabody, professionalism worldwide, and public television stations across the nation.
Good evening, everyone. The Reagan administration today said recent credit tightening moves by the Federal Reserve will slow economic growth this year. As a result, the President's Council of Economic Advisors is forecasting economic growth of 2.4% this year, down from 3.8% in 1987. And as national correspondent Helen Whalen reports, there is some difference of opinion in the administration's top ranks as to how the Federal Reserve should respond.
It would appear the Reagan administration is pleased with the current policies of the Federal Reserve Board. Yesterday, the president praised the Federal Reserve Board's handling of the stock market crash. Then, Treasury Secretary James Baker called current Fed policy adequate. Today, Budget Director James Miller said no attempt should be made to get the Fed to lower interest rates further.
Certainly, we do not have differences with the Fed of an extent that would prompt us to recommend to the President that he try to engage in any public or private jawboning of the Fed.
But the President's chief economic advisor, Beryl Sprinkle, took a different line, saying interest rates could go down further.
They're still, it seems to me, pretty high. They're anticipating, they appear to be anticipating an inflation rate that I believe, certainly hope and believe, will not be realized. So there is still some further room for them to come down.
With so much talk of lower interest rates, the question is what effect low interest rates would have on the dollar. Beryl Sprinkle would only comment on the direction of the dollar, but would not say how low or high it could go.
We believe that moving toward a lower dollar will tend to stabilize exchange rates.
But would you say in this administration that the policy is towards a lower dollar?
No. I said our policy is toward a lower inflation rate, toward a reduced fiscal deficit, toward restraint on government spending, toward as low tax rates as possible so as to encourage in savings, investment, and work. It's not a policy now of a lower dollar. We are hopeful that as a result of the policy changes here and abroad that the dollar will stabilize, and more recently it's done that.
So it's bottomed out?
I don't know that.
Of course, the value of the dollar and interest rates have a large impact on the U.S. economic growth rate. Sprinkle's official forecast calls for a 2.4% growth rate this year. In Washington, Helen Whalen for the Nightly Business Report.
At the White House, President Reagan today concluded talks with West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl by saying that he supports Kohl's efforts to stimulate the West German economy. The president also said he urged Kohl to do more in that regard to help improve the balance of world trade. But later in a news conference, Kohl denied that he received any pressure to further stimulate his nation's economy, maintaining that Germany is already doing its part to reduce its trade surplus.
German imports have considerably risen.
Das ist eine Hilfe.
And this is
this
is assistance for other countries.
Ohne diese Importe würde der Index unseres Bruttosozialprodukts wesentlich höher liegen.
I think without these exports or imports, the level of our GNP would be considerably higher.
Meanwhile, prices on Wall Street ended considerably higher today as the Dow ended with a better than a 28-point gain. With the details, here's Paul.
Stocks opened narrowly mixed this morning as the market tried to stabilize after a late sell-off yesterday sent the Dow Industrial Average to a 14.5-point closing loss at the 1986 level, which was very disappointing since it was able to barely stay above the psychologically important 2,000 mark for only 2 days, making it somewhat apparent there was still a lot of stock for sale just above 2,000 on the Dow. After moving up a bit at the outset of big board trading, the Dow fell back to post a 1 1/3-point loss by 11 a.m., with gainers and losers about even on very light volume. With no economic reports out today, which might influence traders, they weren't very aggressive on either the buy or the sell side during the midday hours, so prices remained in a narrow range and very dull trading. At 1 p.m., the industrial average was up about a half point. Gainers took a slim 7-6 lead over losers. Paced by good strength in the airline group on news that most of the carriers were raising discount fares, the rest of the market began firming up at mid-afternoon. A rise in bond prices also boosted bullish enthusiasm. By 3 p.m., the industrial average was up 8 3/4 points and improving rapidly. In the final hour, the upward momentum picked up sharply, and many traders rushed to cover short positions ahead of the monthly short interest report due out today. The industrial average soared to a closing gain of 28.18, putting it at 2,014.59, and for the week overall, the Dow rose 31 1/3 points. The first time this year we've had back-to-back gains in the Dow in 2 weeks. The theoretical high of the day, 2018.90. The low down around 1973. Trading volume today improved about 29 million shares from yesterday's pace, and up volume exceeded down volume by a wide margin. That was impressive. The Dow Transports, that's the biggest gain they've had since mid-December, up 19.25 points and then some. Utilities did well, up over 1.5 points. The Dow 65 up 11.83, and the closing tick a fairly strong plus 422. Standard & Poor's 500 up 3.70, 4.5-point gain on the 400, and the 100 up nearly 4 points. The Commodity Research Bureau March Index was up 1 full point. New York Stock Exchange Index gaining 1.82, nearly a 1.5 gain in NASDAQ, and the value line up 1.82. Wilshire 5000 gained 25.817. After the market closed, the New York Exchange reported short interest in the month ending February 12th rose 3.2 million shares. That's only about 1%, even less. The total is now 383.4 million. Over in the American Exchange, short interest fell 981,000 shares to a total of 28.4 million. Well, bond prices showed firmness throughout today's trading session, with the expiration of some options prompting a little short covering purchases here and there, which helped the bullish cause. But all in all, it was a very quiet day with gains of only about an 8-point in all sectors. Long-term Treasuries up 3/32, not much of a move, but at least on the positive side. Shearson-Lehman Long Treasury Bond Index gained just over 1 point, and Fed funds hovering around 6.5, a little better, 6 11/16 on the close. I'll be back shortly to show you where the action was on Wall Street today.
On the precious metals markets today, buying by managed funds helped push prices higher, with gold and platinum gaining more than $2. On the New York currency markets, the dollar was mixed, advancing against the mark, but slipping against the yen and Swiss franc. The Canadian dollar and British pound also moved in opposite directions. And oil prices rose slightly in New York and London. For the second time, Federated Department Stores today turned down Campo Corporation's offer to buy out the retailer for $66 a share. Federated said it continues to find the offer unacceptable because Campo has submitted no new information to indicate that it has lined up the financing to make good on its bid. The Campo offer, which is contingent on Federated's acceptance, expires on Sunday. The Canadian firm says it will go ahead with a hostile bid of $61 a share if Federated doesn't drop its opposition by then.
Well, meanwhile, Gillette, the razor and consumer products giant, is facing a backdoor attempt to take it over. Coniston Partners says it will seek to elect 4 of its nominees to the Gillette board at the company's annual meeting scheduled for April 21st. Coniston, which holds more than 6% of Gillette stock, served notice last week that it was prepared to unseat Gillette's management unless it took action to maximize the value of the company's stock. Gillette says it will oppose Coniston's move, calling it an effort to force its sale or dismemberment.
Corporate raider T. Boone Pickens today notified Texaco that he is seeking permission to buy $15 million or more of the oil giant's stock. In buying Texaco shares, Pickens would join fellow raider Carl Icahn as a major Texaco stockholder. Oil analyst Michael Mayer believes the two men will work together because they have similar interests, which in Pickens' case, he sees as unloading his Texaco stock at a significant profit.
I think Boone Pickens is interested in establishing a position in Texaco on the presumption that Texaco will ultimately either be liquidated and he'll realize a profit there, or management will be forced to come out with a more aggressive reorganization plan, maybe even a recapitalization plan than they've so far proposed. And he can make a profit simply by selling the stock that he will be buying.
And in a meeting with oil analysts today in New York, Texaco Chief Executive James Kinnear confirmed that the company is in talks to sell interests in its refineries, but he declined to say with whom those talks are underway. Paul?
Well, we had a good day of bullish conversation on Wall Street. Let's have a look at the closing Dow, up 28.18, and for the week up 31 1/3 points exactly. More than twice as many issues rising as falling, and 13 new highs and 13 for new lows. I hope that isn't unlucky. The most active big board issue, a new issue, 130 million shares of Putnam Prime Income Fund offered at $10. It stayed right there. Second volume, Northeast Utilities moving up 3/8. It goes ex-dividend 44 cents a share next Wednesday. Then another one of those new closed-end bond funds, New American High Income Fund. No change. It was offered at 10. Texaco moved up 1 7/8 on news that T. Boone Pickens wants to buy up to $15 million worth of the stock. You heard the story. Ford Motor recouping just about all of what it lost yesterday when it reported sharply higher fourth quarter earnings, but not as sharply higher as Wall Street thought they would be. Navistar edged up an eighth. It reported good earnings earlier in the week. No change in General Electric. Exxon moved up 3/4. Federated Department Stores, as you heard, once again refusing Campo's buyout bid, up 1/4. Phillips Petroleum gained a full point, 10th in big board volume. Among widely held issues, AMR, parent company of American Airlines, up 2 1/8, representative of that strong airline group. American Telephone gained 1/4. Burlington Northern, which is in the Dow Transport Index, up 3 points. The company couldn't account for the strength, but it certainly helped that Dow Transport Index. General Motors moving up 1 3/4 in the strong auto sector. IBM up 7/8 of a point. PPG Industries up 2 1/8 points. The word on the street is that Imperial Chemical may be eyeing it as a possible takeover. Rohrer Group, which was up over 4.5 points yesterday on takeover rumors, down 1 7/8, little profit taking. And also one of the supposed suitors, Ciba Geigy, the Swiss firm, said it's not interested in Rohrer. USG Corporation gained 2 1/8 points. Takeover rumors surrounding that one. Wagner and Brown, which already holds about 10%, supposedly may have the financing for a buyout bid. NBI Incorporated, the big percentage gainer, up 1 1/8. A private investment group out in California has acquired a little over 5% and says it wants NBI to sell one of its major divisions to enhance shareholder value. Brockway up 11 points on news that a district judge has denied the government's motion to block the $60 a share buyout bid from Owens, Illinois. However, the FTC plans to appeal that. Draveau up 1 3/8 points. Drillbit Partners, which holds 6.8% of the stock, is urging that the company sell out to someone. Thai Fund, which just went public last Wednesday at $12 a share,